tra la gente che mi sta passando accanto. Ma la nostalgia di rivedere te è forte più del pianto. Questo sole accende sul mio volto un segno di speranza. Sto aspettando quando a un tratto ti vedrò spuntare in lontananza. Amore, fai presto, io non resisto. Se tu non arrivi, non esisto, non esisto, non esisto. È cambiato il tempo, sta piovendo, ma resto ad aspettare. Non mi importa cosa il mondo può pensare, io non me ne voglio andare. Io mi guardo dentro e mi domando, ma non sento niente. Sono solo un resto di speranza perduta tra la gente. Amore, già tardi, ma non resisto. Se tu non arrivi, non esisto, non esisto, non esisto. Luci, macchine, vetrine, strade, tutto quanto si confonde nella mente. La mia ombra si è stancata di seguirmi, il giorno muore lentamente. Non mi resta che tornare a casa mia, alla mia triste vita. Questa vita che volevo dare a te, l'hai sbriciolata tra le dita. Amore, perdono, ma non resisto. Adesso per sempre non esisto, non esisto, non esisto.
Now I think I'm magnified here some. The jury pool is on its way here from a higher floor where they've been in a room prepared to come here. So they're on their way. I'm understanding that one of the elevator is out, and so they're dribbling in slowly but surely.
Yeah, go ahead and pull it out. She gets up there.
Good morning. My name is Dottie Escobedo Frank, and as president of the Western Jurisdiction College of Bishops, I hereby convene this trial, having named Bishop Alfred Gwynn as the presiding officer and Reverend R. Preston Price as the secretary. May God be near us all.
Thank you, Bishop, and I do now call this trial to official order. And as we begin, I want to take a moment to recognize some of our official representatives who are with us. We have official representatives from Marcha, from Cosroe, and from Religion and Race. And if you wouldn't mind, I would invite you to stand that we might recognize you as our official representatives. Thank you. Thank you. We're grateful for your presence. And we also have a number of our colleague bishops with us today, and I would like to recognize those bishops, and if you wouldn't mind standing in order that folk may see you, and we're grateful for your presence among us today. Reverend Preston Price is the secretary of our court, and I'm going to call on him now to take a moment to introduce our host and to others that are significantly involved in helping us in this trial process and also in forming it and preparing for our time together this week. Reverend Price?
Thank you, Bishop. On? Yes. I want to acknowledge that something as auspicious as this trial does not happen because of one or two persons. Many people have been a part of this day coming. I want to thank United Methodist Committee on Communications and especially Brenda Smotherman, who has handled our press relations and credentialing of press. I want to thank Deborah Dangerfield, who is our officer at large, and she is over here. And she agreed to do this when she was on vacation and had no idea of the job description. And I appreciate her willingness. The Northern Illinois Conference Episcopal Office has been extremely helpful as the hosting Episcopal Office, and especially Arlene Christofferson as assistant to the bishop has been available at any time needed. General Counsel of Finance and Administration has been extremely helpful, especially Jody Chadwell, who has helped make arrangements for 4 hotels and for 38 persons to get here as jurors. And we want to thank Westpath for their hosting us in this facility. On a scale of 5 stars, this is at least a 7, if not a 10 star. And we appreciate their extreme help. And I want to introduce Margaret Sanders, who is the representative of Westpath and with whom we have worked from day one.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Price. Very kind of you. Good morning, everyone. I am Margaret Sanders, Manager of Meeting and Events here at Westpath. I just want to touch on a few things, most importantly, safety announcements, but let me explain your badges super quickly. I realize that many of them say different things, guest, consultant, whatever. We try to be green and recycle and reuse the badges that we had in our building. What's most important is not what it says on your badge, but the color of your lanyard. So we appreciate your understanding on that. I know it was kind of confusing as people were getting checked in. Please also know that each time you leave our building, if you go out for lunch and come back, or if you come back tomorrow, we're going to go through the same security badging process. So we appreciate your patience on that. Evacuation. Oh my gosh, should we have an emergency and need to leave the building, what you're going to do is you're going to exit out these patio doors. We've got 2 here and we've got a set there. And then you're going to go right and down the road. There's a path and around the building to the front parking lot. And you will look for a red placard on one of the lamp posts that says evacuation point. And you'll stand there, and then we'll wait for direction from there from our safety advisors. Our building is alarmed. I think you've heard that, many of you, as you've been in our building this morning. Please know that even the patio doors back here are alarmed, and access to the patio is limited throughout the trial. Here at Westpath, we try to be very green sustainable. And I think you may notice if you're here having lunch, we've got compost, recycle, and landfill containers. If you are unsure about where to put your trash, because it can be confusing, I'm not gonna say that it's not, always default to landfill. And that goes even when you leave our building. And the reason for that is if you put something recyclable and composting, it's going to taint that container and vice versa. So if you're not quite sure, throw it into landfill. And on another note, if you happen to see a Westpath staff member around, which you may, you can always ask them and they could tell you which container to put it in. Some of you have received a lunch voucher this morning, and to find your lunch, there will be box lunches. It's going to be located down the hallway to the right. And we do have signs out there, and our ushers will help you get there to find your lunch. Once you get your lunch, you will return back to your designated conference room. Restrooms are behind you, all the way down on the right-hand side. And then lastly, should you have any questions or concerns throughout the trial, please know that it is the ushers that you will go to for those questions and concerns. Thank you.
Yes. And thank you, Ms. Sanders. We're deeply indebted to Westpath for their willingness to host us and the wonderful way that you are about that process. Thank you again, and all of those that have been involved with you. We're grateful. I'm going to turn now to the counsel for the respondent to stand and introduce himself and those at his table.
My name is Scott Campbell, a retired, do I need the...
Yes.
It's coming.
Yeah. Sorry, John, I should have alerted you a little more clearly.
It's on.
Hello.
There we go.
Good morning, friends. My name is Scott Campbell. I am a retired elder from the New England Conference, and I'm pleased to introduce to you our respondent, Bishop Minerva Carcaño, and our assistant counsel, Judge John Gray.
Thank you very much. Yes, if we can quickly, if you will, John, pass that along. Well, thank you, Reverend Campbell, for moving. And now the counsel for the church will introduce herself and those at her table.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Janet Forbes. I am a retired elder from the Mountain Sky Conference, living near Denver, Colorado. And my assistant counsel is Mr. Rich Marsh, and we'll be introducing our complainants a bit later.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And sitting to my right is Attorney John Karoff. John has been and will continue to be assisting me in this process. And we're grateful for your presence, John, here among us today. Let me remind you that we greet one another in the name of Christ. And I greet all of those of you who are not only principals of this trial that have been introduced, but all of those of you in the audience. We're very grateful for your prayers and your presence of encouragement. And I know that you have clean understanding in previous communication how important it is that there not be disturbance of any kind that we can possibly prevent, which means, among other things, cell phones, no. Please make sure it is not only silenced, but it's off. All right? The ushers have been directed that if they see anyone with a cell phone in any way attempting to use it, maybe even looking innocently or whatever, we will kindly ask you to please exit the presence of the trial. It's very important that the audience remain silent. I know that you have opinions that you feel strongly about, and we respect that. We're grateful for that. But you must keep that opinion not visible or audible in any way while the trial is in process. And so if we can assist you in other ways, the ushers are there to help you, and we certainly do want to be able to do that. But we want to always remember to be greeting one another informally at recesses and other times in the name of Christ, who is our Lord and our Savior. And all of us are sisters and brothers of Christ, and we're all members of his church. And we are here as a matter of last resort, but we still care deeply for one another. We are his body. So in all circumstances, we will attempt to live by 1 Corinthians 13 and the fruit of the Spirit, as described in Galatians 5. And prayer must be a constant part of our journey together this week, and constantly on our minds and in our hearts. So in fact, I would like for us to bow for a moment together. And Almighty God, we want to say to you, we recognize you as our help and as our refuge, the fountain of wisdom and the tower of strength. You know how much we need your guidance and your help. And we are comforted to know that you are with us, and you will shine your truth and your light into every heart. May your peace and your presence be evident in all we say and do. In the name of Christ, amen. Now, this is a church trial, not a civil trial. In a church trial, we are guided not by federal and state laws, but by the church law of the United Methodist Church. And my role is to guide the process as defined by the discipline. So I must guide with integrity, impartiality, thoughtfulness, and compassionate clearness. And I pledge to you that I'll seek to do that as best I can with all of my strength. Now, we're going to move immediately to a selection of the members of the trial court. And the following 38 persons have been selected to be here for this trial court pool pursuant to our directions from paragraph 2709.2 and 2713.3 of our Book of Discipline. Now, as the secretary reads your number, we want you to answer that you are present. The discipline reminds us that we should have 35 at least in our pool, and we want to make sure, as the secretary simply lists the numbers, and by the way, he will be using numbers up to 45. And for the explanation of those of you watching and in the audience, 45 persons were nominated from the bishops of the North Central Conference, Jurisdictional Conference, excuse me. And some of those persons asked that the presiding officer might excuse them because of a situation that they were dealing with. And we have now narrowed from the 45 to invite the 38 persons who are present with us today. But as the secretary is referring to numbers, there will be people here in the 38 who may have a number of 44 or 45. So don't be confused. It's simply due to the fact that the initial pool was 45 and everyone is numbered. You're already beginning to observe that we're maintaining privacy for the jury. No jury will be called publicly by that juror's name, only by the juror's number. Today, there are 3 cameras that are permitted to be here in streaming this trial. The cameras at no point will ever be focused on the jury itself. There is an official photographer from United Methodist News, and Paul is the designated photographer who will take still pictures. He will not in any way be disturbing. You will probably never notice that a picture has been taken. No pictures will be taken of the jury. Now, the streaming will allow cameras to be on the table of the respondent, the table of the counsel, the presiding officer's table, and also the witness stand. And of course the lectern where the counsels will stand as they're speaking with the jury and also speaking with witnesses. Now, Reverend Price, would you please call for the attendance of the pool of jurors?
Number 35. Number 24. No, thank you. Number 15. Thank you. Number 21. Number 1. Number 20. Number 28. Number 16. Number 42. Number 18. Number 41. Number 10. Number 6. Number 22. Number 45. Number 29. Number 14. Number 40. Number 31. Number 11.
Present.
Number 8. Number 17. Number 30. Number 7. Number 27. Number 4. Number 36. Number 39. Number 26. Number 32. Number 34. Number 44. Number 23. Number 12. Number 33. Number 9. Number 3. Number 13. That concludes the roll, Bishop.
All right, thank you. And we all want to thank you, the jury pool, for your presence here today. As you must surely understand, this is a very important matter to each of the parties. And you play an important role in the judicial process of our United Methodist Church. I will read a statement of the case that you will then begin to understand more fully. Bishop Minerva Carcaño is a United Methodist bishop currently assigned to the San Francisco Episcopal area of the Western Jurisdiction of the United Methodist Church. In March of 2022, 3 complaints against Bishop Carcaño were received by the Western Jurisdiction College of Bishops. The Western Jurisdiction's Committee on Investigation has examined those complaints and has delivered a bill of charges and specifications to be brought before the trial court. The charges and specifications before the trial court accuse Bishop Carcaño of engaging in 4 offenses recognizable as charges of offense by the 2016 Book of Discipline of the United Methodist Church. The first charge, disobedience to the order and discipline of the United Methodist Church. The second charge, relationships and or behavior that undermine the ministry of another pastor. The third charge, harassment, including but not limited to racial and or sexual harassment. And the fourth charge, physical malfeasance. The trial court members selected today will hear evidence concerning these charges and will determine whether Bishop Carcaño is guilty or not guilty of any or all of these 4 charges. Now, I will now begin our process of selecting 23 people to be seated to my left, and these 23 will encounter further questions, and all 38 of you have already answered 48 important questions that the presiding officer and the 2 counsels for the church and the respondent have agreed are important questions to have asked you. And for the general audience, those questions were presented to the pool in advance, and they answered those in handwritten responses and have been handed to us, and all of the principals of the court have examined those questions and are aware of those important questions that you have been asked. We have just a few more that we will be asking you in a few moments. But this is the process that we will be using as we select the 23 people who will be coming to the area here to my left. The names of 23 persons who are part of the pool shall be drawn from a box containing all of the numbers of the jury pool, the ones that you just heard in that way. Now, I'm going to ask our secretary, Reverend Price, please draw 23 names from the box containing the names of the members of this trial court. As your name is called, your number, thank you very much. As your number is called, please come forward and take a seat in the area designated for these members of the trial court. The officer at large, the officer at large, thank you, Deborah, will assist you in moving to your designated seat, and that seat will be very important, and we will start with this nearest seat to me on the front row, and we'll continue that through the various rows because that will be very important to us as we move through the process. And once we have the 23 of you seated, we will have additional questions for you. Ladies and gentlemen whose names were not called among the 23, please pay careful and close attention to my questions that will be presented to the 23. If one of the 23 is excused for cause during the questioning, then the secretary of the trial court will draw another name from the box, and you will then be asked to respond to the questions that have already been asked to determine if you have any information that should be disclosed. If that occurs, I will ask the new person selected, have you heard the questions asked of the 23 persons? Do you have any response to the questions asked that would impact your ability to serve as a member of the trial court in this matter? Now, if you will begin, please, Secretary to the court, to draw a number out of the box. Okay, I'll hold it. And then our officer at large will escort you to your seat.
Number 20.
Okay. And I'll have you moving a little quickly, yes. And so we're coming again, draw again.
Number 36.
Okay, and I'm going to keep him moving, so you can keep moving. Just keep going.
Number 8. Number 40. Number 32. Number 1. Number 17. Number 22. Number 6. Number 35. Number 41. Number 24. Number 16. Number 39. Number 23. Number 14. Number 7. Number 42. Number 34. Number 31. Number 13. Number 33. Number 12. How many more do we need, Deborah? That's it. 2? One. Number 3. Oh, that was it?
That's it,
Oh,
okay.
3 goes back.
Okay, okay. All right, now, you will begin to understand the process which the councils know about how we're moving from this point forward, but the rest of the audience will understand it better as we're moving along, and I will explain it. We are aware that each one of you completed the 14 questions that the council for the respondent, and the council for the church, and the presiding officer felt were very important. So I want to ask you, has anything occurred since you answered those 14 questions that would cause you to change any answer that you may have given? If that be the case, just raise your hand. All right. I ask you this additional question. Have you ever had a complaint brought, official complaint brought against you? If you have, please raise your hand. All right. Would you mind, juror number 16? Would you mind standing, if you don't mind? I don't want to embarrass now. And any question that I ask you, if you feel like it in any way is embarrassing, you just ask that you approach the table. Okay? Would you mind explaining to the court some circumstances around that complaint?
Wants to come to the table.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. She wants to come to the table. Okay? All right, and an additional question that I've asked now, have you ever made an official complaint against anyone? If you have, just raise your hand. Okay. Two, three. Do any of the three of you want to approach the table, or do you mind just speaking up as we identify you with the circumstances? You'd like to approach the table? So juror number 20 would like to approach the table. Let me ask the counsels to please come to the table. Of course not. Now, I'm speaking to those 23 of you, and the others of you remaining are listening intently to these questions that are being asked. We're going to have a number of names read to you who are going to be witnesses, either for the church or for the respondent. And I want you to listen carefully to those names and record in your mind, or however else you want to record it, if you in any way know that witness or have any contact or relationship in any way with any one of those witnesses. And the secretary of the court are going to read the names, and listen to them, please, very carefully.
Stacy Current. Mary Maga.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry. My fault.
Odette Lockwood. Felicimo Cao. Minerva Carcaño. Kristen Stonekin. Jorge Dominguez. Diane Knudsen. Chelsea Constant. Gail Shearman. Burke Owens, Kathy LaPointe Collop, Deborah Brady, Craig Brown, Shinya Goto, Mike Harrell, Harold Cable, or Cabo, Betty Spencer, and Paul Ekstrom Fernandez.
All right, you've heard those names. Do you recognize any of those names, and have you had any association or not contact with those names? No hand? One hand? Yes. All right. Juror number here on the first row. You're 32. Would you mind answering any kind of contact and relationship, please?
I'm familiar with the name of Bishop Minerva because she's a female bishop.
Sure.
And as a female United Methodist woman, I try to pay attention to the names of
Sure.
female bishops.
Okay. All right. And that's your relationship or contact in that regard. And you had a second one? No. Okay. And there was a hand back here. Back row, juror number 34. Would you tell us, please? Right, right. Yes, please. Please. Uh-huh. Sure. A couple of conferences with them. Are the respondents table and the church table hearing? You're hearing okay? All right.
We can handle it.
Okay.
camera
Yeah,
doesn't
right
follow.
here, juror.
I recognize Bishop Carcaño. She
Uh-huh.
was the director of a Mexican American program, which I did my licensing and course of study.
Uh-huh. And she was the director of that
She was the
program.
director, yeah,
Okay.
instructor.
All right. Yes, and here, juror number 41, juror number 41.
I simply recognize the name Bishop Carcaño just from having served as a delegate to General Conference and seeing her as one of the presiding officers in
Surely.
16.
Yes. Yes, and we have another juror number
36.
36.
And I recognize Bishop Carcaño being an interpreter at General Conference since 1996. And so that
Sure. I want to commend the jury for your understanding the importance of what we're about and your deep desire to be a person of integrity and as honest as you know how to be. That is so extremely important to this trial as we're moving forward. And I really commend each of you who have been willing to speak at any point, but particularly right now. I'm going to ask a general question of those of you who've responded to this response of hearing the names of witnesses. Do you think in any way, any relationship that you may have had or understand you have could influence you in such a way that you could not be a fair and unbiased person as you listen to the evidence presented and the response to that evidence by the respondent? Could that in any way jeopardize your ability to be fair? No hands are being raised? All right. Okay, now we're coming to a point where you can just be, in what I would really not say lightheartedly, you could be looking at one another or looking at the audience or whatever, but you can also be in your heart speaking to our Lord as we're moving along here, because we're going to undergird one another with prayer as we move through this. but you're going to remain silent for a bit, as are these people out who haven't been selected yet. And I'm going to give the tables a moment to consult with one another as I explain to you that the parties, that is the church and the respondent, now have an opportunity to use up to 4 peremptory strikes each table among the 23 persons who are seated here that have been called. Each party has a list of the numbers of the 23, and they will confer with one another, and they may use up to 4 strikes. The first 13 persons remaining after the strikes, in the order in which their numbers were called, will be the members of the trial court for this trial. The next 2 persons remaining will be the 2 alternates. Now, I'm going to ask the tables, are you ready to come to this table as we consult with one another about your potential strikes? More time? A minute, sure, okay. So we will not get nervous with silence. We will be comfortable and use it hopefully wisely, as I was recommending. And in a moment, the councils will come here, and we will announce to you where we are in this process. Yes, yes. I might explain to the audience that no one of the 23 have been stricken for cause, which is the responsibility of the presiding officer. And so then a part of the next process is to determine should others be stricken because of peremptory opportunities that the councils have. And that's where we are in this process. Now, in just a moment, I'm going to call numbers one at a time, and it's going to be a little bit of upset the apple cart for you. And just be patient with that, and we'll give you time because it's important that we move in a particular order in order to be unbiased in how we selected the trial court. And so I'm going to say to juror number 34 that after discussion with the council, we are excusing you from service to this trial court panel. Now, you will presently be able to leave your seat here at the 23 and return to the audience, or you are officially dismissed from the pool of jurors, and you are free to stay for the trial or to return home. But when you're dismissed from this process today, you are dismissed permanently from the pool. And we are so very grateful for your answering the call today. This is a very important thing. It's been a significant responsibility for you to adjust your schedule, and especially to come here to this site. And we feel that saying thank you for that may be inadequate in the way we would love to express our heart, but we are grateful that you're a part of this connectional ministry that we belong to as United Methodists across the world. And so thank you again for your role that you've played, which is insignificant and extremely valuable. So juror number 34, you are dismissed. Yes.
We have lunch.
Yeah. There is lunch, by the way, for all of you in the jury pool. So if you will remain, you will certainly be invited for lunch. When the juror is dismissed, everybody should move up who is south, if you please, of that seat. Okay, and that's where the shuffle begins to play. Juror number 1, you are dismissed. Everybody shuffles up. Okay?
There you go.
Yeah, and that's right. And the officer at large will help you move in the manner you need to be moving. Juror number 20, you are dismissed. Everybody shuffles now.
Yep. There you go.
Juror number 17, you are dismissed.
And the
Juror number 12, you are dismissed. Juror number 23, you are dismissed. Juror number 24, you are dismissed. Juror number 6, you are dismissed. All right. Again, I do want to say to everyone who's been in the jury pool how very grateful we are for what you have done in providing this jury pool that we might have a fair and just kind of opportunity to follow the process that the discipline says is extremely important in how we go about selecting the jury. Now, the first 13 people seated, beginning with this row forward, are now the jury. The two remaining at the far end are the alternates. And how many more then are excused due to the? We have only?
We have all 15. Is it, did I count everybody? We have 15 total people.
Okay. And you can understand that if not all the peremptory opportunities were taken, then we would need to dismiss another juror or two, whatever. But the first 13 of you, you are the jury. And the other two of you are alternates. And should anything occur during the trial that a jury member needs to be excused or dismissed, then that alternate moves into that role of becoming a juror. Uh-huh. Oh, yes, you may. Yes. Now, just so we have this really straight in our mind and you understand the importance of that, I'm going to begin here with this juror. You call out your number and then you go down in the order that the officer at large has seated you, okay?
36.
Are you hearing okay?
36.
36. You can just say the number after.
Yeah. 36, 8, 40, 32, 22, 35, 41, 16, 39, 14, 7, 42, 42, 31, 13, 33. Is everyone? All right. Now, Reverend Forbes, counsel for the church, is this trial court panel acceptable to the church? It is. And Reverend Campbell, counsel for the respondent, is this trial court panel acceptable to the respondent? Yes. Thank you. And we are now moving into a 10-minute recess. All right? And that means that the jury can be in their break room over here because you are now a part of the official jury, and you will be protected and guarded by the officer at large, if you please. But I do have this reading that I want you all to hear, even though you may be out at restrooms and so forth in your break. We're about now to take a recess, and I remind you of the instruction I gave earlier. During this recess or any other recesses, you must not discuss this case with anyone, including your fellow trial court members, members of your family, people involved in the trial, or any other way. If anyone tries to talk to you about this case, please let me know that immediately. Do not read, watch, or listen, or go online or read any news reports of the trial, or conduct any research or investigation. Finally, keep an open mind until all of the evidence has been received and you have heard the views of your fellow trial court members in your deliberations before you reach any kind of decision. So we are now in a 10-minute recess, and we will promptly reconvene in 10 minutes and proceed with our work. All right, all right. We will be called to order in just a moment. In one moment, let's make sure everyone's seated, and the jury should be back in place. Okay, good. Yes. That's your cord. Okay.
You have the preliminary instructions?
Yeah, I don't have them out. Oops.
Hold that while you get.
Would you do
what
that?
you need.
Let me get down the preliminary instructions right here. And I'm going to do that after before the opening statements, right?
Right. You come back, preliminary instruction,
Yeah.
call for the plea, and then the openings.
Uh-huh. Thank you for your promptness. We're grateful for your understanding the important role that must be played in regard to keeping us moving forward because there is much that we must deal with as we move forward in this trial. Now that we have returned and I've reconvened our trial court to its session, I'm going to read for the jury the preliminary instructions to this trial court. You are welcome to make any notes that you would like to make. It is important for you to also understand that when you are given the case and retire for your deliberations, that you will receive a copy of all of the documents that I have used like in the instructions to you, and other material that I will be explaining a bit later. Now here, if you will, these preliminary instructions. You have been selected to hear the evidence and render a verdict on each of the charges presented to you in this matter. Some of you have served as a juror in a civil or criminal court. This is not a secular court proceeding. It is a church trial, and the book of discipline requires that it be conducted in a Christian manner. And it is my duty as the presiding officer to ensure that everyone involved in this trial conducts themselves in a Christian manner. Unlike a trial in the secular court, witnesses are not required to take an oath to tell the truth. However, I will remind those witnesses and all parties of the duties and responsibilities of church membership and of the Christian life. Reverend Janet Forbes is counsel for the church, and she will present the charges against the respondent, Bishop Minerva Carcano. Reverend Scott Campbell is counsel for the respondent, Bishop Carcano, and he will present the defense for her. I am the presiding officer in this trial. I am not the judge, but my role is similar to a judge in some respects. I may set reasonable time limits for the presentation of the case. I may also rule upon the proper representation of the church and the person charged. It is also my duty to rule upon the admissibility of evidence, to determine the recessing, the adjourning, and the reconvening of the trial sessions, and to make sure other decisions that are normally made by a trial judge sitting with a jury. However, I do not have the authority to pronounce any judgment in favor or against the person charged. You have the exclusive right to determine the innocence or the guilt of the respondent. Another duty I have is to instruct you as to the church law involved in this case. And the following are the 4 charges against the respondent. The first charge is disobedience to the order and the discipline of the United Methodist Church under paragraph 2702.1d of the 2016 discipline. The second charge is relationships and or behavior that undermines the ministry of another pastor. I'm literally quoting now, of course, from paragraph 2702.1, in this case, F of the 2016 Book of Discipline. The third charge is harassment, including but not limited to racial and or sexual harassment, under paragraph 2702.1J of the 2016 Book of Discipline. The fourth charge is fiscal malfeasance, under paragraph 2702.1 point 1L of the 2016 Book of Discipline. Now, paragraph 2702.1 of the Book of Discipline provides the following. A bishop, clergy member of an annual conference, local pastor, clergy on honorable or administrative location, or diaconal minister may be tried when charged subject to the statute of limitations in paragraph 2702.4 with one or more of the following offenses. D, discipline to the order and discipline of the United Methodist Church. F, relationships and or behavior that undermine the ministry of another pastor. J, harassment, including but not limited to racial and sexual harassment. Or L, fiscal malfeasance. It is up to you to determine from the evidence presented whether the church has proven the charges the respondent against the respondent by clear and convincing evidence. The respondent, Bishop Carcagno, is presumed to be innocent until the conclusion of the trial process, when you will render a verdict on the bill of charges and specifications. After I conclude these preliminary instructions, Bishop Carcagno will be asked to enter a plea to the charges. If she enters a plea of guilty to the charges, no trial will occur, but evidence may be presented as to the appropriate penalty to be imposed. If Bishop Carcagno pleads not guilty, the trial shall proceed. After the respondent enters a plea to the charges, each counsel will make an opening statement to inform you of what the evidence will be. Evidence will then be offered by questioning of witnesses and by introducing documents. You may also ask questions of witnesses on matters of which evidence has been presented, subject to my approval of your questions. So this is how it works. If you have a question of a witness that's on the stand, you will need to write that down and hand it to the officer at large. She will bring it to me, and I will look at your question, and it's my responsibility to determine, is it relevant to the subject at hand and to the charges? All right? And if I determine that it is, I will read that question for the for the witness to answer. So you understand how we will move forward in that regard. Let me find my place here. If you desire to ask a question, each counsel shall have the opportunity to make closing arguments before you begin deliberations. I will then instruct you as to the church law applicable to this case and the procedure for determining your verdict. Your deliberations and your determination of the verdict will then follow. After you have made your verdict, I will receive the verdict and announce it to the parties. To ensure fairness and the appearance of fairness, you as members of the trial court must obey the following rules during the trial. First, do not talk among yourselves about this case or about anyone involved with it until the end of the case, when you go to the room to decide your verdict. Second, do not talk with anyone else about this case or anyone else involved with it until the trial has ended and you have been discharged as members of the trial court. Third, when you are outside the trial room, do not let anyone tell you anything about this case or anyone involved in the case. If someone should try to talk to you about the case, please report it to me. Fourth, during the trial, you should not talk with or speak to any of the parties, counsels, or witnesses involved in this case. You should not even pass the time of day with them. It is important not only that you do justice in the case, but that you also give appearance of doing justice. When the counsel, the parties, or the witnesses do not speak to you when you pass them in the hall or meet them anywhere, remember, it is because they are not supposed to talk or visit with you either. Fifth, do not read any news stories or articles about the case or about anyone involved with it, or listen to a TV or a radio report, or go online and read any kind of material. Again, any other information about the case that is before us. Sixth, do not do any research on the internet or otherwise, or make any investigations about the case or the parties on your own. This case must be tried solely upon the evidence presented to you in this trial, and not upon any information or impression, whether correct or not, which you might acquire otherwise. Even if you have previous information concerning the parties or the issues to be tried, you should not allow it to become a part of the deliberation. Seventh, do not make up your mind during the trial about what the verdict should be. Keep an open mind until after you have gone to the room to decide the case and you and fellow trial court members have discussed the evidence. You may notice that witnesses are not present in this trial room other than the respondent and the complainants. Each witness is excluded from the trial until the witness testifies and is not subject to recall for additional testimony. Those are the basic instructions that you are receiving now as we begin the process of the trial. Before you retire for your deliberations, there will be additional instructions that will be given to you. And so now I turn to Bishop Carcagno. And Bishop, you are charged with the offense of disobedience to the order and discipline of the United Methodist Church in violation of the Book of Discipline of the United Methodist Church. Do you plead guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. Bishop Carcagno, you are charged with the offense of relationships and or behavior that undermines the ministry of another pastor in violation of the Book of Discipline of the United Methodist Church. Do you plead guilty or not guilty? Bishop Carcano, you are charged with the offense of harassment, including but not limited to racial or sexual harassment in violation of the Book of Discipline of the United Methodist Church. Do you plead guilty or not guilty? Bishop Carcano, you have been charged with the offense of fiscal malfeasance in violation of the Book of Discipline of the United Methodist Church. Do you plead guilty or not guilty? Thank you, Bishop, very much. The record will reflect that Bishop Carcano has pleaded not guilty to each of the charges, and so the trial will proceed. Each counsel now has the opportunity to present an opening statement to you. And we will begin with the counsel of the church. And so, Reverend Forbes, I call upon you for your opening remarks.
Thank you, Bishop Gwynn, and good morning. Bishop Carcano, Reverend Campbell, Judge Gray, and clergy colleagues of the trial court. On behalf of the church, I want to express our gratitude to the North Central Jurisdiction College of Bishops and to Westpath for their hospitality. My name is Janet Forbes. I am a retired elder from the Mountain Sky Conference living near Denver. I was asked by the president of the Western Jurisdiction College of Bishops to serve as counsel for the church in this matter. My role is to represent the interests of the church in pressing the claims of those who have brought complaints. And I want to introduce those persons, the complainants, who all come from the California-Nevada Conference of the San Francisco area. The first complaint, which I will call the CFA member complaint, was filed by 6 senior conference staff and elected leaders. And I will ask them to identify themselves with a hand when I introduce them. The Reverend Dr. Kristen Stone King, former chair of the Conference Council on Finance and Administration, the CFA, currently superintendent of the San Francisco Bay District. And Dr. Stone King is present with us. The Reverend Dr. George Dominguez, conference staff, who serves as the executive director of Connectional Ministries. George. Ms. Diane Knutson, conference staff, who serves as the executive director of Finance and Administration and conference treasurer. Reverend Burke Owens, vice chair of the CFA at the time of the event and current chair of the CFA. Ms. Gail Sherman, formerly the conference co-lay leader, currently the chair of the CFA Personnel Committee, employed by the Center for Domestic Peace in San Rafael. Mr. Benjamin Pope, who joins us virtually on screen, a retired human resources director with the University of California, currently a member of the CFA and the Personnel Committee. The second complaint, which I will call the Trinity complaint, was filed by Ms. Diane Knutson, who I just introduced. The third complaint, which I will call the Constant complaint, was filed by the Reverend Chelsea Constant an elder in the California-Nevada Conference. I want to set a theological context with a word about ordination and the covenant of sacred trust. Those of us who are clergy, both elders and deacons, share ordination and membership in an annual conference. Our Book of Discipline calls this a sacred trust, a trust that flows from the gospel as taught by Jesus. Bishops, also ordained as elders, are bound to this same sacred trust as you and me. Bishops are consecrated to a particular ministry, not a separate order. The covenant of sacred trust that we share does not change by virtue of their consecration. In the authority conferred on us, deacons are ordained to servant leadership. Elders are ordained to spiritual and temporal servant leadership. Bishops carry that same servant leadership into the episcopal office. As servant leaders, all of us submit to these vows. We submit ourselves and our vocations. We submit our spouses and our children. We submit our lifetimes first to God and then to those who have authority over us. We submit because we trust that this tender, sacred responsibility will be honored. You, as clergy colleagues of the trial court, will be asked to decide whether the evidence we bring forward proves a violation of sacred trust. We ask you to decide this question: where is that line in the breaking of sacred trust? Before I tell you about the 3 complaints, you need to know the difference between the complaints that were filed and the specifications you will consider during your deliberations. I am framing the facts we intend to prove under the 3 complaints filed against Bishop Carcaño because I think this framework will help you better understand the facts. You will not see the original complaints, but you will see specifications that deal with many of the facts alleged in the complaints. All 3 complaints share a common component of before and after. Things were stable, peaceful, before the bishop's leadership and decisions were questioned. Things were neither stable nor peaceful after her leadership and decisions were questioned. The CFA complaint, the CFA member complaint, deals with a period of time before and after mid-December 2021. The first witness is Reverend Dr. Dominguez. He will testify to how he came to know how Bishop Carcaño's daughter was hired as a senior administrative assistant for Reverend Stacy Current, who was the district superintendent in the Bay District at the time. He will testify that Bishop Carcaño's daughter was afforded rent-free housing in a parsonage in the Bay District. And he will testify to how D.S. Current arranged to spend $100,000 from conference funds renovating the parsonage. The human resources team, the HR team, was and had been the conference body involved in the interview and hiring process for all conference employees. Other than Bishop Carcano and D.S. Stacy, no member of the HR team was involved in or had knowledge of the hiring of the bishop's daughter. Other than Bishop Carcano and D.S. Current, no administrative body was asked for permission to spend $100,000 on the renovation of the parsonage. Other than Bishop Carcano and D.S. Current, no member of the HR team was involved in or had knowledge of the rent-free housing provided to Bishop Carcano's daughter. The hiring concerns were first discussed at a meeting of the executive team on December 13, again mid-December 2021. The executive team consists of Reverend Dr. Dominguez and Ms. Knudsen. They questioned Bishop Carcano about the perception of nepotism in the hiring of her daughter and other related matters. The decision was made to bring the issues to the HR team meeting the next day, December the 14th. The members of the HR team were Bishop Carcano, Reverend Dr. Dominguez, Ms. Diane Knudsen, D.S. Current, and Reverend Dr. Craig Brown, who was the Executive Director of Congregational Development at the time. At that meeting, 3 of the 4 members of the HR team voiced their concerns about the perception of nepotism, the conference employee policies on the hiring of relatives, potential conflicts of interests in the lines of supervision, and possible preferential treatment. It was at this meeting that Bishop Carcano disclosed the rent-free housing of her daughter. The HR team did not reach consensus on what to do about the concerns raised at the meeting, and in particularly the hiring of the bishop's daughter. The team voted to refer the hiring issue to CFA. The vote was 3-4, with D.S. Current voting no. Bishop Carcano recused herself from that vote and that conversation. Reverend Dr. Dominguez will also testify to the concerns raised by the rent-free housing provided to Bishop Carcano's daughter. He, Reverend Dr. Brown, and Ms. Knudsen asked many questions of D.S. Current about how the housing came about, questions of how to handle the compensation, how to report income, how to deal with other administrative assistants who were not provided housing as a benefit. They learned that there was no charge conference called by the local church, no documentation of the housing arrangement. D.S. Current was the pastor of record for the local church. She told the group the local church had agreed to allow Bishop Carcano's daughter to live in the parsonage, and she promised to provide a copy of the agreement. It wasn't until early February 2022 that an agreement was provided. You will hear from a member of the Park Presidio Church who signed that agreement on behalf of the church. During this same time, it was learned that D.S. Current appropriated $100,000 from a foundation fund known as the St. John's Fund. Her stated purpose was to renovate the Park Presidio parsonage. Bishop Carcano had also told the appointive cabinet that she would occupy the same parsonage to enhance her strategic work in the San Francisco Bay District. Bishop Carcaño and her daughter moved into the parsonage in September 2021. You will be asked to decide whether DS Current or the appointive cabinet had the authority to spend money from the St. John's Fund and whether the parsonage was a second episcopal residence. One of the questions we have asked ourselves was, what was the rush? Why go outside the customary hiring practices? Why not bring in the administrative bodies with the responsibility over hiring and the use of conference funds? As I said, the HR team asked CFA to get involved. Reverend Dr. Stone King was the CFA chair in mid-December. She will testify to how CFA processed the issues raised in the HR team referral. She will testify to how the CFA believed the questions raised serious concerns for the conference. The process she established was deliberate, careful, and collaborative. After that December 14 meeting and into the early months of 2022, the CFA team composed of the chair and vice chair and 2 laypersons of the personnel subcommittee sent 2 rounds of questions to DS Current, Reverend Domingos, Reverend Brown, and Ms. Knudsen in order to gather information. On January 31st, 2022, after the CFA group released their summary and recommendations for next steps. After several scheduling attempts, February 28th, 2022 was placed on the calendar for a discussion among the CFA group, the HR team, and Bishop Carcaño. Bishop Carcaño did not appear for the meeting. Instead, she sent an email declaring the matter closed. She said she had met with the conference chancellor, Mr. J. Rosenlieb, and provided a copy of the legal memo he prepared. The entire matter closed without any engagement with the CFA or the conference leaders on the many issues and questions that remained unanswered. In summary, this first CFA member complaint, the church will show how Bishop Carcaño's daughter was hired, then housed in the Park Presidio parsonage, whose renovation was funded by the Conference St. John's Fund. You will also hear testimony and in some cases see documents that show that each member of the HR team who questioned the hiring and housing of the bishop's daughter was threatened with appointment changes or termination of employment. The second complaint, the Trinity complaint, was filed on March 3rd, 2022. The church will bring forward evidence showing that Bishop Carcaño directly interfered with the authority of the California-Nevada Board of Trustees to make the ultimate decision on what to do with the valuable property of the Trinity United Methodist Church in Berkeley. Values estimate were in the tens of millions of dollars. The church was closed in 2020. A task force, the Trinity Development Team, or the Connectional Team as it was called, was assembled to look at options for that property. The task force asked 2 property brokerage firms to provide options on what they might do with the property. Both firms issued their proposals in 2020. The task force continued its work well into 2021. They focused on one of the 2 firms engaged in 2020, a firm called DCG. The task force issued its recommendations on October 1st, 2021. D.S. Current and Bishop Carcano were anxious to put the visionary plans in motion. Diane Knutson and the chairperson of the Board of Trustees, Harold Caudle, wanted the trustees to consider the other firm's proposal before making a decision. The other firm was Cushman and Wakefield. Both will testify that they believe the Board of Trustees had the fiduciary duty to consider another option before voting. Working with Mr. Caudle, Ms. Knutson scheduled a trustee meeting on December 9th. Then she received emails from D.S. Current and Bishop Carcano expressing frustration with what Ms. Knutson had done. The email from Bishop Carcano said, "I would request that you cancel the meeting you have set on December 9th with another potential broker/consultant. If you fail to do this, I will consider it an act of defiance on your part and an undermining of the ministry of others, including myself." Ms. Knutson and Mr. Caudle rescheduled the meeting with the trustees and the connectional team stakeholders for the following day, December 10th. They canceled the December 9th meeting. You will hear testimony about what happened at this meeting. You will see a video of Bishop Carcano's comments toward the end of the meeting. Testimony will show that after the Board of Trustees meeting on December 10th, the conference executive director of finance and administration experienced harassment in the form of retaliation. Bishop Carcano told the appointive cabinet that, quote, "Diane must go," end quote. And on December 15th, Bishop Carcano met with Mr. Paul Ekstrom Fernandez, executive director of the Board of Pensions. He will testify that he was asked to consider assuming Ms. Knutson's position, executive director of finance and administration and conference treasurer, in tandem with his position with the Conference Board of Pensions. Based on a third complaint, the constant complaint, the church will bring forward testimony showing that Bishop Carcano denied Reverend Constant the 12 weeks of uninterrupted maternity leave required by discipline because she was expecting a child. Reverend Shinya Goto, her DS, Reverend Deborah Brady, the Dean of the Cabinet at the time, and Reverend Kathy LaPointe Collop, Chair of the Order of Elders, will testify to what happened at cabinet meetings, what Bishop Carcano said about Reverend Constant's pregnancy, and the eventual compromise she offered Reverend Constant. The Reverend Dr. Craig Brown will testify that the new and vital congregations committee had already approved the funding for her appointment to the new church start. It had already been announced that Reverend Constant would become a new full-time church planting pastor. The only thing that changed was Reverend Constant and her husband decided to have a child. Ultimately, she was given a compromised appointment of 3/4 time at her existing appointment and 1/4 time to a new church start. You will be asked to decide whether Bishop Carcano violated the discipline in refusing a full-time appointment for Reverend Constant at the new church start. Brothers and sisters of the trial court, the testimony presented must be clear and convincing. That is the church's burden of proof. In the use of her temporal and spiritual authority as a bishop, did Bishop Carcano engage her staff or elected leaders in order to resolve the questions of the hiring and housing of her daughter? Did Bishop Carcano allow conference funds to be used to her benefit? Did Bishop Carcano pressure, even bully, the chair of the Board of Trustees while pursuing a fiduciary mandate? Did Bishop Carcano dismiss the request of a pregnant clergywoman whose leave was already approved by the Board of Ordained Ministry? These 7 complainants take seriously the covenant of conference membership, hoping to prevent further harm and foster healing. It takes tremendous courage to file a complaint. It takes extraordinary courage to file a complaint against a respected, beloved bishop. But sacred trust must be guarded and held inviolate. It will be your responsibility to ask, where is the line in the breaking of sacred trust? Thank you, brothers and sisters.
All right. We will now hear from the, we were behind here. All right. We will now hear from the counsel for the respondent opening remarks. Reverend Campbell.
Members of the trial court, I am Scott Campbell, the counsel for Bishop Minerva Carcano, and I thank you for your service today and in the upcoming days. This is, as you've already heard from the counsel for the church, not a simple case, but there are multiple layers and very, very different perspectives from what you have just heard. You know, the discipline of the United Methodist Church is a complicated book. There are parts of it that go on for pages and pages about minutia. And there are other parts that deal with momentous matters in just a sentence or two. There are portions that plod along tediously, and there are even a few places that soar and inspire us. Can you think of words more uplifting than the covenant of ordained ministry is a lifetime commitment, and those who enter into it dedicate their whole lives to the personal and spiritual disciplines that it requires? Some days we forget the core truths that drew us into ministry in the first place. Sometimes we get so bogged down in the moment, the matters of the moment, that we lose sight of what matters beyond the moments. It is just such a loss of perspective that has taken you from your homes, from your loved ones, and from your ministries, and brought you to Glenview, Illinois today. There is one place, however, where we might all agree that the discipline gets it right. It tells us that a trial is an expedient of the last resort. Unfortunately, in the instant before us, that wise warning has not been well heeded. I came into this process as counsel for Bishop Carcano only 2 months ago when I was asked to replace a very capable predecessor as her counsel. And like many of you, I suspect I had seen United Methodist News reports that Bishop Carcaño had been suspended from the episcopacy for the last year and a half. But like you, I had no idea why. It must have been something pretty serious, I thought. You don't suspend a bishop unless she's done something awful. And you certainly don't stretch out a suspension to unprecedented lengths unless she, at minimum, is a clear and present danger to others. I heard that they had even put a guard or two on her at jurisdictional conference to keep her from talking from any other United Methodist. All sorts of possibilities came to mind, but the secrecy was airtight. I had no idea what dreadful deeds had precipitated this extraordinary response, and ironically, the tighter the lid on the matter, the more serious it seemed. It must be too terrible to speak about, I thought. They must be protecting people. After all, you don't ignore the presumption of innocence required in church law without some awfully compelling reasons. And then I read that the whole matter had been forwarded by the Committee on Investigation and was heading to trial, and that seemed to confirm my worst suspicions. And then I learned the truth. I was stunned, shocked. There was no transgression too horrible to name. There was no offense too vile to utter. There was a dispute among conference officers over their authority in a church development project. There was a quarrel about the hiring of a part-time administrative assistant to one of the district superintendents. There was a failure to have a meeting of the mind on who should approve a grant from a district trust fund to renovate a local church parsonage. There was a difference, too, about how to accommodate the needs of the church and those of a pastor concerning the best way to handle a maternity leave. That's it. That's all. Nothing that in a sane world would ever come close to resulting in chargeable offenses. But instead of handling these rather ordinary matters within the annual conference, instead of even bringing their complaints to the conference committee on the episcopacy, the complainants jumped over all of the intermediate steps that their own employee handbook prescribes, employment handbook, and they took their issues to the president of the College of Bishops as complaints. One of the requirements leading up to today is that each side was asked to submit a list of witnesses and documents that they plan to introduce at trial. Our side submitted a 3-page document. The church submitted a 26-page annotated treatise produced by a law firm. Nearly 2,000 pages of documents have been amassed by the church in the hope that those pages will bolster the case that they will put before you. You will see many of those documents in the upcoming days. Perhaps what is lacking in substance is hoped to be made up for in volume. I have to admit that I was a bit intimidated at first, but as I thought more about it, something began to come clear to me. Ordinary events have been inflated beyond all recognition. You are here because in the months leading up to this trial, people have lost perspective. They forgot that judicial remedies are not the first resort. They are the last resort after everything else has been tried. There is nothing that is before us today that could not long since have been worked out by people with a measure of goodwill and a modicum of common sense. But early in the process, 3 complaints were combined in order to create one super multi-layered complaint. And the whole matter took on a life of its own. After all, how could so many people be wrong? Well, if you turn on the news any night of the week, you will discover that half the country is convinced that the other half is wrong. So numbers alone are a poor indicator of truth. You've had a chance already to listen to the eloquently presented case of the church, to hear what they intend to show you. But the problem for the church is that the charges forwarded by the Committee on Investigation are woefully thin. They simply won't stand the test of careful, reasonable examination by thoughtful, fair-minded people. This trial has been moved to this place to provide just such fairness. The charges before you don't add up to chargeable offenses as defined by the discipline of the United Methodist Church. And so here's what the church is going to try to do. They're going to try to persuade you that Bishop Carcaño is not a very good person, that therefore the charges must be true. They're going to take every opportunity that they can to tell you that she couldn't abide disagreement, that she made appointments out of spite and grievance, and that she created a toxic work environment. In the guilt or innocence phase of the trial, the defense is not permitted to bring in character witnesses to counter this testimony because their testimony would not support or detract from the truthfulness of the specifications themselves. So it's going to be up to you. It's going to be important for you to separate character assassination from fact. Follow the facts. The church is going to try to convince you that appointments made by Bishop Carcaño were made in retaliation because a pastor dared to disagree with her about a policy matter or because someone asked for a maternity leave. They will not bring before you the myriad other questions and considerations that go into making an appointment as the cabinet deliberates. History, in spite of what we have just heard, did not begin with a single moment in mid-December of 2021. They may not mention that the cabinet supported each appointment that they will describe as retributive. The defense will broaden the picture for you, so I ask you to withhold your judgment until you have heard the rest of the story. The church will invite you to believe that Bishop Carcaño supplanted the disciplinary role of the Board of Trustees in the Trinity Mission Development Project, a project in which the trustees were fully represented at every step along the way, and which they voted without dissent to support and endorse. You won't hear from them that at the very meeting which they cite as key to their charges, Bishop Carcaño said these words, and I quote, "And as bishop, I have the responsibility to make sure that we will fulfill all of the obligations that the Book of Discipline requires of each entity. And so that's what we've been trying to do. It's my responsibility, she continued, with these leaders to make sure that the trustees' authority is cared for. Unquote. They won't tell you that the trustee chair and the conference executive director of finance and administration, acting on their own and without the authorization of their own board, attempted to undo a decision already made by the task force of which they were a part. They won't emphasize the fact that Bishop Carcano was leading a mission visioning process with all of the conference stakeholders, living out her episcopal mandate to oversee the spiritual and temporal affairs of the United Methodist Church. The charges indicate that Bishop Carcano failed to correct false impressions held by others at this crucial trustee meeting on December 10th, 2021. We will show you a video clip from that meeting that demonstrates the opposite. Wait for the whole story. The church will tell you that Bishop Carcano was obligated by the discipline to seek the permission of the Conference Council on Finance and Administration to approve a loan from a district mission fund for repairs on a local church parsonage. They will not point out that there is not a single sentence in the discipline that gives CF&A such authority. CF&A, by discipline, proposes policy and makes financial recommendations. It is not up to them to approve disbursements of mission funds on a district. Nor is there a shred of documentation that they were ever asked to do so by the annual conference. Moreover, the church will want you to believe that a request that actually came from a district superintendent on behalf of a local church was approved by the cabinet and was implemented by the conference treasurer, who is one of the complainants, by the way, amounted to financial malfeasance on behalf of Bishop Carcano, who was responsible for neither the request nor the disbursement of those funds. They will not tell you that several years earlier, a grant from that same fund that was nearly 4 times as large was approved by the cabinet and administered by that same conference treasurer without a whisper of concern that it had not been approved by CF&A. I hope you can begin to see what's going on here. A particularly painful part of the story that you will hear over these next few days comes from the Reverend Chelsea Constant. You will hear from the church that Bishop Carcano coldly crushed her dreams to take a 12-week maternity leave and begin a new church start full-time at the same juncture in the calendar. What will not come out in the church's rendition is that the superintendent who was communicating with her on the cabinet's behalf badly served both the bishop and the pastor in his mission. He repeatedly distorted what the bishop said and blocked requests from Reverend Constant to meet with the bishop face to face, something that Bishop Carcano would have welcomed. You likely will not hear from the church that Reverend Constant herself proposed compromise scenarios in working out a solution, but you will hear that the compromise proposed by the cabinet is seen as a part of a chargeable offense against Bishop Carcano. And I'm sure the church will not bring forward the multiple other factors that were being weighed as the cabinet as they considered how to care for both Reverend Constant and the church, considerations that bishops must consider, even if others do not. Lost in the smoke will be the fact that Reverend Constant did get her entire 12-week leave and then some, and her church plant appointment as well. The first year on a quarter-time basis, the next year she was appointed full-time to that church plant by Bishop Carcano. As I said moments ago, none of these charges will survive careful scrutiny by rational, unbiased people unless you allow yourself to be persuaded that Bishop Carcano was operating out of a malevolent spirit. In fact, she is the victim of such malevolence on the part of others. Testimony will show that an organized campaign to remove Bishop Carcano from office was initiated, including a broad-based solicitation of pastors in the conference attempting to uncover additional complaints against her. The defense will not deny that there was a certain amount of tension and some conflict between certain church leaders and Bishop Carcano. Bishop Carcano is a strong leader who has a vision for the church and a woman who holds others accountable for doing their jobs and doing them well. In the 54 years that I have been in ministry, I have not known of too many conference offices where there has not been at least some degree of discord. In this instance, however, certain leaders who found themselves in disagreement, instead of working with their bishop to resolve those interpersonal issues, decided to file complaints with the jurisdictional authorities, launching a process that step by unfortunate step gained its own momentum until all perspective was lost. And that's why we're here today, to restore perspective. I pray that you will listen wisely and well as the whole story unfolds. And I thank you for your willingness to do so.
All right, you have heard opening statements from the counsel for the church and for the counsel for the respondent. And now we will move to the church to begin their presentation as Reverend Forbes leads us. Surely, surely.
Thank you, Bishop Gwen. The church calls
Mm-hmm.
Reverend Dr. George Dominguez.
All right. As Dr. Dominguez is taking the stand, I would like to remind everyone of what I've said already, and especially to the jury. We do not take oaths. We are Christians. We are followers of Jesus. And among other things, our yes is our yes and our no is our no. And we are people of integrity and honesty, and so we respect one another in that vein. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Dr. Dominguez, tell us about your ministry history and current appointment, please.
Thank you, Reverend Forbes. My name is Jorge Dominguez. I am an elder of the California-Nevada Conference, currently serving as an executive director of Connectional Ministries. I was called into ministry and ordained by the Methodist Church in Brazil in 1988, January 10th. I served in multiple appointments in Brazil until I was invited to serve with the General Board of Global Ministries in 1996, January 2nd, as the Executive Secretary for Youth and Young Adults of the former World Division. I served in that capacity and other roles in Global Ministries until 2006, when I was invited to join the cabinet of the General Board of Global Ministries, later being elected as a Deputy General Secretary. And I served in that capacity until I left the agency in November of 2016, when the agency moved to Atlanta. After a year of personal sabbatical and studying and working with refugees in Europe, particularly in Italy, I was invited to join the California-Nevada Conference in this position of Connectional Ministries, which I did in July of 2018. In the annual conference of 2020, I transferred my membership as clergy member from the Methodist Church in Brazil to the California-Nevada Conference, and I have been a member of that conference since.
And how were you invited? Who invited you to this position?
I was, at the time, coming back from that year of sabbatical, studying and working with migrants and refugees in Europe, and working and looking for possible opportunities to work in that area of ministry, when in December of 2017, I received a call from Bishop Minerva Carcaño asking if I would consider taking that job that was about to be vacated by the retirement of a previous director of Connectional Ministries at the coming annual conference. I was in the process of being interviewed to be a director of an organization in the East Coast, and I told her that unfortunately I had already made clear that I was interested in that other job, but I would be interested in coming and visit the California-Nevada Conference in January if she would entertain a visit for me to get to know more the ministry there. I came on my own cost, and I was hosted by the conference and spent about a week visiting with the district superintendents and different directors of ministries, and I fell in love with California-Nevada. I was really impressed about the vision and the possibilities of ministry that existed there. I felt that being at an annual conference after serving for 22 years in a general agency, it would be a change to a different environment, which is very much important in the life of our church. And I consider choosing not to take the other job and actually coming to the California-Nevada Conference. After a few weeks of deliberation with my family, particularly my wife and my son, I decided to accept that invitation to join the conference on July 1st of 2018.
Thank you. Tell us just briefly a little bit about the role of the Director of Connectional Ministries.
As I mentioned, I served in different capacities in global ministries, and have been always very much involved as a member of the cabinet with the roles and responsibilities of the agency with the General Conference and other areas of the General Church. I was, in my role in global ministries, always in contact and in connection with the directors of connectional ministries of all the annual conferences of the United Methodist Church. We use it to organize regular events for DSs as well as DCMs, to talk about the mission of the church and how to be involved in partnering in mission with not only these central conferences, other annual conferences, but also autonomous and affiliated churches. So I knew the role of the Director of Connection Ministries being an important role to help steer and guide the vision of the conference towards the mission of the church. I felt that that would be something that I would be very interested and prepared to do. The role of the Director of Connection Ministries includes being an officer of the annual conference. It also includes helping to steward the vision of the annual conference and to help to coordinate all of the different resources that exist at different levels of the church, at the general church, at the conference level, at the local level, so that they are all put together to support the mission of the church. That is a role that demands a lot of engagement with all of the conference leaders, the bishop foremost, and the superintendents, as well as directors of ministries and elected leaders, and to help coordinate what is a very massive amount of information and resources so that they all work in the same direction.
Thank you. What was your relationship with Bishop Carcano prior to mid-December 2021?
I have known Bishop Carcano since before she was elected a bishop, since probably 1999. I have in multiple occasions served with her in different committees or in different roles in different conferences. During the time I was with Global Ministries, she wasn't a director of Global Ministries. She had been a director of Global Ministries much earlier in her career, but she served in different other agencies that we had contact and conversations. Bishop Carcano and I became close friends. Bishop Carcano, anytime she would come to New York for meetings with any of the agencies located there or for other meetings, she would inform me, and we would try to meet, sometimes for breakfast, sometimes for a conversation, and sometimes to talk about work. We served together on the Standing Committee of Central Conference Matters of the denomination. I was the staff assigned to support that committee when Bishop Carcano was the vice chair of that committee. And we traveled together to different countries in that capacity for meetings in preparation for general conferences and also for other events in dealing with the Book of Discipline. Bishop Carcano and I, when had our conversation by phone, when she invited me to consider that job, I told her that if she had called me that morning, I would have said yes at that moment, because it was the day that I had my interview to be the director of that organization. But I was so intrigued and so honored about that invitation that I later approached her and said, I would like to come and visit. I had been in contact with the California-Nevada Conference, but I had never visited the Sacramento office, so I was taking that opportunity to not only learn about the ministry, but also about her vision. I told her that I would only be able to consider that job after discussing with my family, because she knew that my wife had a different job in New York and she would not be able to move to California with me for several years. And I felt that it was important to disclose these personal relations, because Bishop Carcano was always very caring of my family. She knew about my son, who studied in Arizona when she was a bishop of the Desert Southwest Annual Conference. And she would always ask about my wife and my son, and we were very close to the point that we even had Christmas dinner in December of 2019. Our family, when my son was visiting, and my wife with Bishop Carcanho and her husband, which was a very significant moment for me.
So you were the one to first raise the issue about the hiring and housing?
Yes,
How
I
did that
was.
change your relationship? Why did you bring forward the complaint? Let me pursue that.
December 13 was the date that you have mentioned of the meeting of the executive team. I had 2 weeks earlier, I had learned about the hiring of Bishop Carcanho's daughter for the role of administrative assistant to the Bay District and the Dean of Cabinet from Bishop Carcanho herself. After the annual conference in 2021, which took place at the end of October, I traveled to Brazil to visit with my mother and my family and spent a few weeks of vacation. And when I came back, which happened during the day of Thanksgiving that year, we were scheduled to have a meeting of the executive team on Monday. It was an online meeting via Zoom. I took the meeting from home. I was quarantining because of the pandemic. I would stay home a few days until I was sure that I was testing negative. And the meeting, most of those meetings were in person, but that one was via Zoom. It was a very tense meeting, and at one point, Bishop Carcanho asked that I leave the meeting because she needed to have a conversation with the treasurer, a private conversation, and I did. And after that, she did call me and explain that she was having some difficulties with Diane and needed to address issues directly with her. But then she also asked me how my visit with my family had been and how my mother was feeling. And in that conversation, she said that her daughter had been hired during my absence by the district superintendent of the Bay District to be the administrative assistant. It was the first time I heard of that information, and I was just arriving from Brazil. I didn't know if any other meeting had happened during my absence of the HR team or things that I did not know, so I didn't raise any questions at the time. Bishop Carcanho was spending normally a week to 10 days every month in San Francisco since late summer, and that happened for those coming 2 weeks. That was when she was in San Francisco for those visits there. And I had the first opportunity to see Bishop Carcanho on December 13th at the scheduled meeting of the executive team in the afternoon of that day. I had, during those 2 weeks, thought and considered how I could and if I should approach Bishop Carcanho about the hiring of her daughter, which I had concerns about. I mentioned that morning to Diane that I was considering asking to add this topic to the agenda of our executive team meeting that afternoon. Diane said, I will support you if you bring the issue, but I will let you decide. I did at the opening of the meeting, asked that this be considered a topic for our conversation, and Bishop Carcanho agreed, and we started with that conversation. I raised concerns of the appearance of nepotism that the hiring could have been and how it could affect the ministry of the Episcopal Office and of the conference itself, and that our policies were unfortunately not very clear about the practice of nepotism. But I thought that I needed to bring the issue directly to her and ask her guidance on how to proceed. Bishop Carcanho listened to my concerns and responded in disclosing that her daughter was living in the parsonage of Park Presidio United Methodist Church in San Francisco. She was living in the parsonage of the Park Presidio United Methodist Church in San Francisco. The bishop shared that information, which was the first time I heard that it was happening. And both myself and Diane Knudsen raised concerns that this would also raise issues regarding the benefit which it is to provide housing to a staff person, or the liability in terms of the housing benefit being provided for free. Bishop Carcanho asked that we would bring the issue to the HR team that was scheduled to meet the next day, December 14, in the afternoon, and that she would excuse herself from that conversation during the meeting. She also asked Diane and I to communicate with D.S. Stacy Current, the Bay District Superintendent, that evening that this matter would be in the agenda of the HR team the next day. Diane did try to communicate with Stacy, wasn't able. Stacy did call me, and we did discuss why this issue was raised with the executive team and why it was being put in the agenda of the HR team. The question that you asked me about how the relationship changed after that day is because beginning on the following day after the HR team, we had meetings of the appointive cabinet and extended cabinet, and we also had our time of or season of performance review with the bishop. But beginning on Wednesday of that week, the day after the HR team, Bishop Carcanho ceased to have any contact or conversation with me. Even in coming in or out of meetings or in preparation for meetings, all of our contact would be only during the meetings, informal interactions. And it became known to me that Friday that the appointive cabinet had received descriptions of what had happened in the HR team with direct accusations about me having disrespected or accused Bishop Carcanho, which didn't happen. I was surprised that Bishop did not have at any moment asked me what happened in that meeting. And it felt very surprising that from the nice conversation we had on Monday to the end of that week, I had become a betrayer of the bishop in her perception. So the close relationship changed drastically beginning that week and continued to deteriorate until the end of February of 2022.
Thank you. Let me ask you about the hiring practice. I think we're going to try this. Can we bring up Exhibit 4, please? This is the employee handbook, the latest in the conference from 2021. And I want to scroll down to 881, 00881. There it is, the second paragraph. Let's see. There we go. There it is, the second paragraph about the interview team. Can you find that, Georges? Personal interviews for qualified candidates for conference positions. Will
Yes,
you
I find that.
finish?
Personal interviews for qualified candidates for conference positions will be conducted by an interview team consisting of the supervisor and or members of the HR team.
So the personnel policies say and or. What was the actual practice in forming hiring teams under Bishop Minerva's leadership?
I joined the conference in July of 2018, and as part of my role, I was also a member of the HR team of the conference. And in that capacity, I reviewed previous records of the HR team. Since 2017, there were instructions by Bishop Carcanho that in all of the hirings for the conference positions, there would always be at least one member of the HR team present in those interview teams, and that person would bring that recommendation for the person to be hired to the HR team for a final review.
Let's pull up Exhibit 53. This is a December 2017 email from the bishop's executive assistant, who was also serving as the HR coordinator. And that middle sentence. Let's see, I have checked with Bishop Carcanho.
I have checked with Bishop Carcanho in regard to the interview process for your new administrative assistants after Shinya, and I spoke last night. As you may already know, the bishop would like the following individuals to participate in the interviews with you. Member from the Committee on Superintendency and member from the HR team. The HR team member will participate via video conference rather than travel to your areas.
Great. And who does this memo come from?
It comes from Laura Robertson, who was at the time the executive assistant to Bishop Carcanho. She was also serving in the capacity of the HR coordinator, and it was addressed to 3 district superintendents who had their offices outside of the conference center in Sacramento.
Yes, and those 3 superintendents were?
Deborah Brady, the superintendent of the Central Valley District, Shinya Goto, the superintendent of the El Camino Real District, and Stacy Curran, the superintendent of the Bay District.
Good. So the actual practice of the conference was for an HR member, yes?
The actual practice was for an HR member to always be present in the interview processes, and that HR team member would bring that recommendation to the HR team for a final review.
The HR team meeting then, thank you for that exhibit. The HR team meeting then on December the 14th, conversations about the hiring and the housing. What was the result of that meeting? What decisions were made moving forward?
As I mentioned, that meeting had already been scheduled, but the topic of the hiring of the Bay District administrative assistant was added to the agenda and became the primary matter that we discussed. The concerns that were raised directly with Bishop Carcaño on the day before were then presented to the HR team, namely the concerns of appearance of nepotism in the hiring of the Bay District's administrative assistant, as well as the issue that had been disclosed of the housing being offered to that staff person in a parsonage of the Park Presidio United Methodist Church. The members of the HR team at this time included Bishop Carcaño, myself, Diane Knudsen, the treasurer, the Dean of the Cabinet, Stacy Current, and Reverend Craig Brown, Executive Director of Congregational Development. And as I also mentioned, Bishop Carcaño indicated and did excuse herself from that discussion that involved her daughter. The issue was presented, and Reverend Stacy Current indicated that she didn't agree that there was any impropriety in the hiring, that she was the supervisor of the bishop's daughter, and that there wasn't anything wrong with the housing, as she needed somebody living in the housing anyway. We discussed that for quite some time. There was different visions. And in my recollection, in my indication, I was particularly concerned that because this could give a perception of nepotism, it was important that we consulted with the agency responsible for the HR policies, indicating that we needed that clarification so that it would not put the ministry of the bishop and the conference in any jeopardy. We did discuss the issue of the housing and concerns related to the tax liability of offering housing to a staff person, and also the fact that this could be construed as a benefit that was not being offered to any other staff in the conference, creating some liability for the annual conference in terms of labor laws. We did not come to an agreement of what actions to do with those two concerns, but we decided, the four of us, with the disagreement of Stacy Current, that we would refer that matter of the hiring and the nepotism policy to the CFA for their clarification and indicating to us what would be the steps to take, if any, had to be taken. We agreed to not submit to the CFA the issue of the housing, because at the time a suggestion made to DS Stacy Current was agreed by her that she could get the church to hire her as a sexton and offer the housing for the value of that job, and that she would submit a copy of 1099 provided to the bishop's daughter to this treasurer and the CFA, so we would have record that that was not being provided by the annual conference.
Did you get that 1099?
No, we never got the 1099, and to my recollection, we never got the agreement from the church that they were going to hire the bishop's daughter as a sexton.
So what was the response of the CFA and its chair, Reverend Kristen Stone King, with this request?
This request was submitted to Reverend Stone King, I believe, on December 15th, and a few days later we received an email from her indicating that she had assembled a team that was composed of herself, the vice chair of CFA, the chair of personnel committee and a former member of the personnel committee who also serves on the CFA, to consider the request for clarification that we submitted, and that they were going to submit several questions for our responses, and that we would, and she's presented in that email a timeline, hoping that we would be able to have a final resolution to that matter by the end of January of 2022. We did receive the questions, I believe, on December 18th, if I'm not mistaken, but it was in the, still during the end days of December. That was the first set of questions that each one of us, members of the HR team, with exception of Bishop Carcanho, received to answer, to provide more information regarding our question.
Good, good. What did you hope for with this referral? What was the goal, or at least the goal for CFA as well?
It was clear that we had a disagreement at the HR team about the concerns that were raised regarding that hiring. And I do remember that this was exactly what happened, that saying, well, we can't agree, so it's better that we invite the agency that writes these policies to clarify if there was any impropriety. And if there isn't, we have the records that there isn't anything wrong, so we would be able to move on and not have any concern about the appearance of impropriety. The hope that we had and the tone of the email we received from Reverend Christine Stone King was that this was an attempt to clarify, and we would try to get all the information together to resolve this in conversation. It was the starting point, in my hope, of a conversation process of a difficult matter. It didn't continue to be a conversation process. It became only a matter of responding the email and trying to continue responding the questions that were asked.
What was your sense of the February 28th response from Bishop Carcanho?
I need just to mention that this, as I mentioned, started with the first set of questions in December of that year. That those questions had a deadline for us to answer by January 11th of 2022, and all of us responded individually to those questions, which led the CFA team to send us a second set of questions based on the some of the information that they learned from each one of us who responded those that first set of questions. The CFA received those second set of questions and made a determination of their findings and asked for a meeting to communicate that to us, meaning the HR team, including the bishop, and they sent us a few dates. We tried to schedule a meeting in early February. That couldn't happen because of a health concern of one of the members of the HR team. It was rescheduled for February 28, and in that morning, we received the document submitted by the CFA with their findings in preparing us for the meeting that was scheduled that morning. Not long after that email came with the document for us to prepare for the meeting, another email came from Bishop Carcanho with following an email from the Chancellor of the conference, Jay Rosenlieb, with a legal memo. And the email from Bishop Carcaño indicated that based on the legal memo sent by the chancellor, she was declaring the matter closed and that the meeting was not going to take place. I was surprised, and what I had hoped that this would be a process for us to have difficult conversations about difficult matters, to find ways to resolve directly with the bishop, ended with a unilateral closing of that possibility of conversation by the cancellation of that meeting and declaring the matter closed.
Thank you, Dr. Dominguez. I am going to show the policy determinations from CFA when we visit with Dr. Stone King. But before I leave this topic from your perspective about the HR team and its referral to CFA, did I miss anything important from your perspective?
Those were 2.5 months and several attempts to have those conversations. There were multiple attempts for those conversations to be resumed, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to expect that conversations were going to take place. I don't recall at this moment if there was anything particularly related to this matter that was related to the memo or to the meeting that was missing.
As Executive Director of Connectional Ministries, how did you understand the process for the expenditure of the St. John Fund?
The First St. John Fund is a fund that was created in the annual conference with the proceeds of the sale of a property and had a very specific designation for ministry in the San Francisco area, and particularly to develop for congregational development and for planting of churches or ministries in this area. It was a fund that had a governing structure that included, at the beginning, when it was created, a member of the church that had been closed, as well as at the time the Board of Missions, I believed, and also the superintendent of the district at that time that had a different name, the Bridges District. The agency mentioned the Board of Mission later in the restructure of the conference was when the conference reorganized in, I believe, 2011, was the responsibilities of that board were distributed between two agencies, one being the CFA for any financial and financial matters, particularly the funds that the conference administer, and also any financial responsibility related to all of those. And the other side of that responsibility was assigned to the core team, which is the equivalent of our Council of Ministries for programmatic matters, for programmatic issues. I serve as a primary staff for the core team, and my capacity of Director of Connection Ministries. And that those two bodies were the successors of that Board of Mission that had the responsibility to approve any disbursement of those funds.
Thank you. Do you believe that Bishop Carcaño retaliated against you? Describe for me what you came to know.
Yes, I do. I mentioned that since the day after the HRT meeting, the relationship between the bishop and myself changed very drastically. And I learned on Friday of that week, after the end of the appointive cabinet meeting, that the bishop had made several accusations against me at the appointive cabinet meeting on December 17, that same day. I learned that from District Superintendent Shinya Goto, who had dinner with me that day, and he was visibly distressed about what happened at the cabinet, and said that he needed to share with me that Bishop had mentioned that during the HRT meeting I had made serious accusations against herself, that I had indicated that I did not respect her, that she didn't know the Book of Discipline, that she was taking advantage of finances of the conference, and that she was very disappointed with me, and that she was going to call a friend in the General Board of Global Ministries to find out about my work history in the agency.
I'm going to stop you just a moment and ask for Exhibit 21. Gentlemen, if you can bring up Exhibit 21. These are cabinet minutes. I believe this is the conversation referred to by D.S. Goto. And if you'll scroll down to 00022, they have been redacted to only show this conversation. There we go. It stopped right about the conference HR team. And we won't read them, but you can continue. What did you learn from this cabinet meeting through dinner with D.S. Goto?
D.S. Goto did not share the minutes with me at that time. He shared the concerns and what he heard. He was the person taking the minutes. I had not seen this set of minutes until it was produced for this trial. As I mentioned, there were, to my surprise, several accusations that actually are listed below this page that is on the screen, and that I had raised issues regarding the hiring of Sophia based on an experience that I had at Global Ministries. There were some information that I did share with the bishop at that meeting on December 13 that I had when I was a Deputy General Secretary in Global Ministries, being asked by a member of the executive team, actually the president of the agency, to consider hiring the spouse of the General Secretary for a training of missionaries in Global Ministries. I brought that issue to the knowledge of the then treasurer, Roland Fernandez, and he said that that was not correct and it was against the policies of the agency, and he would address the issue with the General Secretary.
I'm going to have them scroll just a little further down. It's a 2-page conversation, I believe.
Yes.
Scroll a little further. There. Next page. Just skimming can pick up the energy and the sense of the meeting as reported to you and the concerns of D.S. Goto. Did you reach out, or whom did you reach out to for support?
as the exhibit shows, it indicated that myself and also Reverend Craig Brown were questioning the character of the bishop. And Reverend Goto mentioned that this was very strong, that even Reverend Stacy mentioned that I had been, that I mistreated her, that I shouted at her at that meeting, and that they were describing a meeting that was very different from what actually had happened. I was surprised that I had not been approached by the bishop to ask what had happened at that meeting. There were many opportunities during that week. As I mentioned, we were in meetings from Wednesday through Friday, and there could have been any opportunities to ask for what had happened at that meeting. I felt pretty much concerned, distressed, and because the bishop had mentioned she was going to call a friend in Global Ministries, I decided the next day to call a friend in Global Ministries as well. The friend that I called was Roland Fernandez. By then, he was the General Secretary of Global Ministries. And I had probably more than an hour conversation with him asking for his advice. My question to him was based on the fact that he and I joined the agency almost at the same time. He joined the agency in October of 1994. I joined in January of 1996. And we are the same age. We were very close in different moments, different responsibilities we had. Later, when I was a member of cabinet, he was also a member of the cabinet as treasurer. And for those almost 22 years, we always had opportunities to support each other. So I described what had happened since Monday when I raised the issue of my concerns directly with Bishop Carcanho, and asked his advice on how to proceed. I do value his advice very much. He was surprised. He said Bishop Carcanho is a champion of integrity. It's strange that this happened. There is no doubt that there is nepotism, and she knows the rules. He also said that this there wasn't any other person that he could think of that she would call in Global Ministries other than himself. So he indicated that if she ever called me, he would let me know. He was also concerned about repercussions and told me that I should be careful not to enrage the bishop, using these words. He also indicated that I was raising an issue out of a principle, a concern for the impact on the bishop's ministry of a perception of nepotism, and that it was not right to retaliate about because I was raising that concern. He also indicated that there isn't anything in Global Ministries that is detriment to your history or your employment, and so we'll wait for if that conversation will take place.
Were there any other retaliatory events that you can remember?
Well, the conversation did take place in beginning of January, and on January 16, Roland Fernandez called me again to share how the conversation went. And he was very honest and transparent that even though there was a supposed meeting or a topic for them to discuss, it wasn't a topic that needed for them to meet in person. And he was sure that the main topic for the conversation was about myself. And Bishop Carcaño did ask several questions about my past history in the agency, my relationship with the previous general secretary, and Roland responded, including that he felt that the agency had lost when I decided to leave the agency at the end of 2016, and that he would even be interested if I would one time want to work in the agency to employ me again. But he also said, the bishop is very hurt by you, by what she understood was said against her, and I don't believe you will be able to work with her. And I told him that I was hopeful that the process, this was mid-January, that the process that the CFA was doing would engage in conversations that we would be able to resolve that issue in our internal processes. During that same days, I started experiencing different moments where I felt it was the work environment in the office had become very hostile. I do remember an email that Bishop Carcaño sent to several members of the core team in blind copted the appointed cabinet, indicating that I was trying to set her up for public failure in asking her to present a vision for the conference at the retreat that we were going to have that week. That was not my request, but it was a request that came from the core team itself that I just forwarded. And Bishop Carcaño was in the office that day. It was about 6:05 that evening on January 13th. And she, as I mentioned, was not speaking to me and did not even ask the reason why that email was sent out. But she sent that email response to the members of the core team and also the appointed cabinet, indicating that I was trying to set up her for public failure. That was something that I was experiencing myself. There were others in the office that were feeling very concerned and threatened by the bishop during those months. And I believe that this became evident when I also heard from the Diashinia that she had asked him to provide negative information between me and Reverend Craig Brown to her. At that conversation, Reverend Goto indicated that at a meeting of the cabinet, she indicated that Craig and George cannot work together in the conference anymore. One of them have to go. And it was...
The objection is sustained.
Thank you. I have just one more question for Reverend Dominguez. How has your experience affected the conference or your leadership in the conference?
You asked me at the beginning the role of the Director of Connectional Ministries in the life of the conference, which is a disciplinary mandate. It's in paragraph 608 of the Book of Discipline. And it is, among the different responsibilities, there is a role indicating that the Director of Connection Ministries is the steward of the vision of the conference. And one way of that to happen is to actually, it's required by the Book of Discipline that the Director of Connection Ministries be present at meetings of the Cabinet when the Cabinet discuss matters related to coordination of programs or resources of the annual conference. And that is the intention, that there will be coordination and visioning on all of those decisions. Since earlier that year, 2021, it became evident to me that Bishop Carcaño was conducting some discussions at the cabinet meeting, at the appointed cabinet meeting, that related to program of the conference that I was not invited to participate. When we learned about the, when I learned about the renovation of the parsonage of the Park Presidio Church, I realized that that had been discussed solely at the appointed cabinet. I was not invited or informed about that, and it was because it was presented to the cabinet as this was solely the responsibility of the cabinet to decide. There were other opportunities that I was concerned about how discussions of relevant program and staffing of the program in the conference was happening. One of those was a discussion about the replacement of Reverend Craig Brown, who was going to be appointed to a local church. And that is the most important programmatic effort of the conference, the planting of new churches and the vitality of existing churches. And that whole discussion about the staffing was conducted by the appointed cabinet without my being informed or being present. There were multiple situations that I realized that my ministry as Director of Connectional Ministries was being curtailed and limited, and that I was not able to fulfill my role for the conference. I had raised this issue with Bishop Carcaño a few times in the past, and Bishop Carcaño had assured me that she would always invite me to be present at the cabinet meetings when any programmatic matters were to be discussed, which did not happen.
Thank you. Dr. Dominguez, I appreciate your honesty and your participation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I am telling the court that we need a recess here. It is lunchtime, and we've had a long stretch here since the last recess, and we will be recessing for lunch period. My time says 12:35, and if we can be back here promptly, ready to go by 1:30, we normally would allow a little bit more time because there isn't anything on this facility where you can have lunch, but the principals do have opportunity to receive their meals. And I have discussed in previous times with the councils the absolute importance of giving everyone fair opportunity in regard to their time regarding the church as well as the respondent. And so as we recess, I quickly remind you that the instruction I gave you earlier, during this recess or any other recess, you must not discuss this case with anyone, including your fellow trial court members, members of your family, people involved in the trial, or anyone. If anyone talks to you about the case, please let me know immediately. Do not read, listen, look for any kind of reports or research on the investigation. Finally, keep an open mind until all of the evidence has been received and you have heard the views of your fellow trial court members. So that's a reminder to the court. We're going to be in recess, and when we return, then we will give the counsel for the respondent an opportunity to cross-examine. And so we will pick that up immediately as we return. And let me just say, I said 12:30. Let's give us an hour. 12:37, I'm going to reconvene us together. 12? Thank you. Yeah, right, right. It was quick, wasn't it? Wasn't that a quick recess?
Ask the audience to
Yes,
stand, please.
1:37. And I have another favor of the audience before you leave. There is only one restroom on this floor. Would you be so kind as, if you're going to a restroom, to stay out of the restroom for about 5 minutes while the jury has opportunity to use the restroom? Now, if you're trying to get out to lunch, you go right on. But if you're going to the restroom, please don't use it for the next 5 or 6 minutes and give the jury a head start. So, jury, take off on your head start.
Your lunches are the lunches are coming to your room.
Yeah.
Yeah. You go over this way.
sbagliato tante volte ormai che lo so già. Che oggi quasi certamente sto sbagliando su di te. Ma una volta in più che cosa può cambiare nella vita mia? Accettare questo strano appuntamento è stata una pazzia. Sono triste tra la gente che mi sta passando accanto, ma la nostalgia di rivedere te è forte più del pianto. Questo sole accende sul mio volto un segno di speranza. Sto aspettando quando a un tratto ti vedrò spuntare in lontananza. Amore, fai presto, io non resisto. Se tu non arrivi, non esisto, non esisto, non esisto. È cambiato il tempo, sta piovendo, ma resto ad aspettare. Non mi importa cosa il mondo può pensare, io non me ne voglio andare. Io mi guardo dentro e mi domando, ma non sento niente. Sono solo un resto di speranza perduta tra la gente. Amore, già tardi, e non resisto. Se tu non arrivi, non esisto, non esisto, non esisto. Luci, macchine, vetrine, strade, tutto quanto si confonde nella mente. La mia ombra si è stancata di seguirmi, il giorno muore lentamente. Non mi resta che tornare a casa mia, alla mia triste vita. Questa vita che volevo dare a te, l'hai spicciolata tra le dita. Amore, perdono, ma non resisto. Adesso per sempre non esisto, non esisto, non esisto.
All right, I'll give you a moment as you take your seat, and we are prepared to reconvene for our trial. I do want to thank you for your adjustments. We normally would have liked to have had a little bit of a longer lunch period, but we do try to be conscious of the time frame and how we're moving. And so thank you for that adjustment, and thank you for being patient with us in moving forward in that way. We are at the point now of inviting the counsel for the respondent to cross-examine the present witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dominguez. I
Good afternoon.
trust you had a refreshing lunch break.
I did, thank you.
Just a few follow-up questions to your testimony this morning. Just wanted to be clear with you and the trial court that about the hiring of Sophia. Who in fact hired Sophia? Was it Bishop Carcaño?
The bishop doesn't hire any staff. It was the administration office of the conference.
Okay, and so who presented the candidate to the administrators to be hired?
There were no presentation of candidates to be hired.
Let me phrase it more specifically. Who presented Sophia to be hired as an administrative assistant to the superintendent on the Bay District?
I don't know who presented her to the Bay District.
Isn't it fair to say that the superintendent is the person who brought Sophia's name forward to the conference hiring authorities?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Who would you refresh our memories as you list for us the members of the HR committee at the time that Sophia was hired?
The members of the HR team at the time that Sophia was hired were Bishop Carcaño, myself, Diane Knudsen, Stacy Current, and Craig Brown.
Okay, are you familiar with who was present on the interview team when Sophia was interviewed for the position?
I just know that DS Stacy Current was present.
Yes. Would it seem that I was mistaken if I said to you that the superintendent was there along with a representative from the district superintendency committee and another person as well, that there was a 3-person interview team?
I would not be surprised.
Yeah. And one of the criticisms raised was that there was no member of the HR team representing human resources at the time?
Representing the HR team at the time of where?
At the time of the interview, during the interview.
There was no designated HR team to represent the HR team in that interview.
Then help me understand. Didn't you just tell me that Superintendent Current was a member of the HR team?
Yes, I said.
So there was, in fact, a member of the HR team represented at the interview in the person of Superintendent Current, was there not?
She was a member of the HR team. She never reported to the HR team that she had
That wasn't the
interviewed.
question that I asked. She was a member of the HR team. Is there any prohibition that you are aware of in the employment handbook that prohibits someone from wearing two hats in an interview, both as the supervisor or the superintendent and a member of the HR team?
There is no provision about two hats in the employment.
Thank you. I wonder whether you agree with Council Forbes when she stated that the HR policy is not entirely clear.
Yes, I agree.
Is there anything in the policy that you can cite that would have prohibited the hiring of Sofia Spaniolo Carcaño?
Nothing that prohibited.
Thank you. Did you in fact see the memo at some point that was submitted to various conference leaders by the chancellor of the conference, Mr. J. Rosenlieb?
I did. I received that memo as well.
And did you read it?
Of course.
Yes. Did you find yourself in disagreement with that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Moving on to a different topic. After the events of mid-December, shall we say, did you experience any change in your professional duties? Let me rephrase that for you. Was your job description modified by Bishop Carcaño in writing?
No, it was not.
Thank you. Was your appointment status changed in any way?
No, it was not changed.
Was the chair, to your knowledge, the chair of the Conference Committee on Episcopacy ever invited into the conversation about the difference of opinion that was taking place between the bishop and various conference leaders?
Not in those 2.5 months.
Thank you. February 28th was the date that you identified that the report from the CFNA was submitted to the HR team. Am I correct about that?
Yes, I believe that was the date.
Okay, and that was the same date that the Rosenlieb memo appeared?
I think it was the same date as well.
Yes, I believe that you testified that they were within a very short time of each other. That
I believe they were both sent to us in the morning that day.
Yes. Am I correct that it was only 2 days later that a complaint was filed with the president of the College of Bishops in the Western Jurisdiction? March the 2nd?
I believe it was March the 3rd.
Well, we can check that, but it was a very short space of time, was it not? Between.
Yes.
Were any attempts made when this impasse seemed to take place with when Bishop Carcaño acted to implement the advice of the conference chancellor? Was there any attempt considered to seek mediation through the Conference Committee on Episcopacy?
I didn't made any attempt to consult the Committee on Episcopacy.
One of the statements that I believe I heard you make, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that Bishop Carcaño, during that 2.5 months, was invited multiple times to talk about what was taking place. Who extended those invitations and in what form?
There were invitations to have conversation with Bishop Carcanho by the CFA team when they reported their result. After the second set of interviews, they asked for a meeting. That meeting was canceled and it was rescheduled for the 28th of February, and that meeting was also canceled.
And that's what you're referring to when you talk about multiple invitations to speak. Let me ask you one question about that. Were those invitations for her to participate in the shaping of the report that would take place, or were they to inform her about what had been decided?
The report indicated that there were some findings and there were some proposals for conversations that would be shaped in that conversation meeting.
So you're testifying that the committee at that point, and we're talking, give me a sense of the date if you can, at the end of this process when she was invited to be in dialogue. You said about the 6th of January? Or February, I'm sorry.
The dates in the first set of dates that indicated an attempt to have a conversation, there were emails during the month of February. I remember an email from the chair of personnel committee asking for a mediated conversation. There was this attempt to have this meeting on the 28th. So I'm not sure what date exactly you're asking about.
Okay. What I'm trying to get at was Bishop Carcanho being presented with a fait accompli and being informed, or was the process of discerning what the report of the CFNA committee or the Council on Finance and Administration's work would be? Was she being invited into dialogue in order to shape that, or was she simply being handed a product?
That was my understanding. The report had a few sections, and all those sections indicated there were things that would have to be decided in the discussion.
Still to be discussed. Okay, thank you. Changing gears here a little bit, I believe you testified that in regard to the First St. John's Fund, that there was a decision made, I believe you said in 2011, that allocated the decision-making authority around that fund to two bodies. Did I get that wrong?
Yes, you did.
Okay, explain it to me. What did you say?
What I said is that the restructuring of the conference, which I believe happened in 2011, dissolved the body that was mentioned in the originating papers of the First St. John, which I believed was called the Board of Mission, and dissolved the responsibilities of those that body into two other bodies, the CFA and the core team.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. That's very helpful. Are you aware of any documentation that exists in the conference today that specifies that the conference CFNA has decision-making authority over the allocations from the First St. John's Fund?
The CFA does have responsibilities for auditing all of the finances of the conference, and has been the body that has acted in allowing the decisions about the use of funds when there is not clear governing agency.
That's not the question that I asked, though. Is there documentation that exists showing CFNA is the deciding body about allocations from the St. John's Fund, and that in order to use that fund, to make it even more clear, someone would have to apply to CFNA before any funds could be expended? Any documentation that would support?
There is a documentation that clarified who are the successors of the Board of Missions, and the team that has been put in place at this time is actually inclusive of the DS of the district, plus a representative of the core team and a representative of the CFA.
So what you're telling me is that by extension, you are projecting a decision-making body because of who the successors to the original body were. Is that correct?
I'm not clear on the question.
Okay, you're telling me that two of the original bodies that made decisions about the first St. John's Fund ceased to exist, and that the conference decided that there would be successor bodies to each of those entities. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And so you assume by implication then that representatives from those bodies would be automatically included in the
No, it's not my
decision-making process.
assumption. It's their decision. They, both CFA and core team, acted on that.
And is there documentation to indicate that?
There should be minutes of both the CFA and the core team for that effect.
Do you know why none of that documentation is included in the church's exhibits then?
No, I don't know.
That's the case. Okay. You spoke quite movingly about your friendship with Bishop Carcaño prior to the events of December 2021. A question that I have for you is, in light of this close friendship, why did you decide to go first with your concern about nepotism to the HR committee instead of having a one-on-one conversation with Bishop Carcaño?
I did not bring it first to the HR committee.
I believe your testimony was that you talked with Executive Director of Finance and Administration Knudsen, and that she concurred. She said she would support you if you brought it to the HR committee. Is that correct?
No, it's incorrect.
Okay, clear it up for me, please.
I said that I actually wanted to bring that to the meeting of the executive team, which is composed by Bishop Carcaño, Diane Knudsen, and myself.
And did that happen?
Yes, it did on December 13th.
I see. So you brought that to the, my mistake on that. You brought that to the executive team rather than to the HR committee. But why go to a formal meeting before you have a conversation with your friend about a concern?
By that time, and since probably the months of September, when Bishop started going to San Francisco on a regular basis, all of our individual meetings had been canceled, and that was the first opportunity I would have to meet with the bishop at that executive team meeting. These meetings were the only opportunity that I felt I could raise this with the bishop.
You couldn't have sent a note to her saying, I'd like to talk with you about something important, or picked up the telephone and said, I have a concern about something I'd like to share?
I probably could, but I wasn't feeling that I was able to do that.
Because
at the time, I didn't have any individual meetings with the bishop anymore scheduled. She had not have given us individually any opportunity for meetings like that to happen.
I see. During your testimony, you cited firsthand knowledge or secondhand knowledge, perhaps, of conversations that were taking place within the cabinet. How did you learn about those conversations?
I think I testified that on a dinner with DS Shinya Goto on December 17.
What's your understanding of cabinet confidentiality?
I understand they're confidential.
But in this case, you had a conversation with Superintendent Goto about conversations that were taken in the midst of the cabinet, and that seemed okay.
He shared those with me. I heard his information shared and his concerns.
You were a member of the extended cabinet, were you not?
Yes, I am.
And there's a distinction made between the extended cabinet and the appointive cabinet, am I correct?
Yes, there is.
What is the general nature of that distinction?
The general nature is that the extended cabinet includes other staff, program staff, finance staff, and also communication staff. And we deal with issues that are pertaining to some programs of the conference. Yeah.
But in appointive cabinet, there are conversations that are intended to remain private, are there not? Would that be fair to say?
I believe so.
Okay. No further questions at this time, Bishop.
All right. The counsel for the church, do you have any kind of rebuttal? All right.
May I ask for Exhibit 7, please? Reverend Dominguez, this will be the policy determination document, the follow-up from the work of the CFA team with the 4 of you on the HR team. I'd like to remind you of the date on that, when the policy determination came in. Can you see? Name
Yes,
date?
February 8th. Is that the date of the memo you're mentioning?
Yes, yes, February 8th.
Yeah.
That was the date that the response to those questions came to you as the HR team, members of the HR team.
Yes.
And then what happened on the 28th of February? Remember the memo of
On the
trying to clarify the dates?
the February 8 meeting was canceled because of a health situation with one of the members, and a date was then the date of 28th of February was offered by Bishop Carcaño for this meeting to take place. And that was the meeting that was canceled when the matter was declared closed.
And then what was the date of the complaint?
The date of the complaint, in my memory, is March the 3rd.
Yes. And so how much time difference was there between February 8th and March 3rd?
About a month, almost 4 weeks.
Yes, yes. So do you feel that there was trying to craft the question, there was a time frame between when you knew the issues and you wanted to have the conversation?
Yes, these issues were presented. They were presented, and then the meeting was rescheduled. And during this whole month of February, no other conversation took place.
Counsel for the respondent implied that it was a fait accompli, that you were going to, of the complaint. In other words, from February 28th to March 3rd.
What you mean that the complaint was submitted too close to the February 28th? In February 28th, there was a clear sense that the matter was totally closed, and all of the attempts that happened during the month of February for conversations had not happened, and communications had been broken.
Let's see. How about document number 30, please? Can you see who this memo from the Bay District is to?
It says it's addressed to Diane Knudsen, the Executive Director of Finance Administration.
And can you see the date? Yes.
July 2nd, 2018. That was my first day of work at the office.
If you'll scroll down and let's see who it's from.
It is from Reverend Stacy Curran, the District Superintendent of the Bay District.
And let's go back up and look at the opening paragraph. Will you share that opening paragraph with us?
Grace and peace to you in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. I write to you to officially document the business of the First St. John Fund Committee. The committee met on June 15, 2018 at 3 p.m. In attendance were Reverend Kathy McShane, Core Team Chair, Reverend Theon Johnson, Chair of the San Francisco United Methodist Mission, and Reverend Stacy, District Superintendent of the Bay District.
And there were 2 items of business related to the St. John Fund.
Yes, and what made you continue reading?
No, that's okay. Was the effort collaborative?
Oh, yes.
From a committee?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Bishop.
All right. Now, do you anticipate the need of Dr. Domingos again, or have we concluded his time at the stand? It's concluded. Okay. And so you are dismissed as an official witness of the trial, and you're free to remain or leave or whatever you choose to do.
Thank you, Bishop.
Yes, indeed. We did have a question from a juror during this time regarding the witness, and it had to do with a matter of the chancellor's report. And is it appropriate for the staff to continue to pursue the matter following the chancellor's ruling? And I have determined that the witness is not in a position to be able to answer that question. But trying to assist the jury, I will read for you that in paragraph 603.8, it says the chancellor, assisted by the associate chancellors, if any, shall serve as legal counsel, shall serve as legal advisor to the bishop in the annual conference. So I'm answering your question with the discipline. Once again, since I stuttered over it, the chancellor, assisted by the associate chancellor, if any, shall serve as legal advisor to the bishop and the annual conference. All right? Now, I call on the counsel for the church to speak now next to your witness.
The church calls Reverend Dr. Kristen Stone King. Thank you. Would you state your name, your role in the California-Nevada Conference, past ministry service, and the particular service that was connected to this case?
My name is Kristen Stone King. At the time of the complaint, I was chair of the Council on Finance and Administration. I was a pastor in the Bay District at Epworth United Methodist Church in Berkeley. Currently, I serve as the Bay District Superintendent. Previous to Epworth, I was the National Executive Director for the Fellowship of Reconciliation in New York. I've served appointments in California, Nevada, and was originally ordained in the Kansas East Conference. I serve on the External Audit Committee for the General Board of Global Ministries as adjunct faculty at Claremont School of Theology in United Methodist Studies, and as an advisor to the Pluralism Project at Harvard University.
Thank you. Would you please bring up Exhibit 1? This is an excerpt from the 2021 Annual Conference Journal, and I'd like for you to read, if you would, the purpose of the Conference Council on Finance and Administration.
The Conference Council on Finance and Administration, this is drawn from the Book of Discipline, paragraphs 611 through 619. Purpose: to develop, maintain, and administer a comprehensive and coordinated plan of fiscal and administrative policies, procedures, and management services for the annual conference. And then it goes into the membership requirements of the council. But the larger explanation of that is in paragraph 611 through 619 of the Book of Discipline.
Does that purpose, that charge, include personnel policies?
Yes, it does. And that's referenced in the discipline.
Why did you, thank you for that exhibit. Why did you bring forth a complaint? Why did you bring forward a complaint? And I'm going to invite you to look for Exhibit 5, please.
Well, as I'm a clergy member of the California-Nevada Annual Conference, I've taken a vow to uphold the discipline of the United Methodist Church. I'll share more about this, but our CFA personnel team had received a question from the HR team with serious concerns. We created a process to understand more about that question, and were confronted with evidence that raised serious concerns about fiscal malfeasance, conflict of interest, a lack of equitable policies across the annual conference and personnel, concerns about reporting of compensation that exposed the conference to liability, and I'll share more about this as well, but we tried everything in our power to resolve it. And we exhausted every recourse at the annual conference level. I don't believe that anyone wants to bring a complaint against a bishop. We want to and do love our bishops, just like people want to and do love their pastors. But we had no other option.
Thank you. Exhibit 5, please. This is, would you describe this document? Do you recognize it?
Yes, this is the email I sent to the HR team, CCing the team that I had put together from CFA, which was myself, the vice chair, the personnel committee chair, and a member of the personnel committee, Benjamin Pope, who has HR experience as a past director of HR for the University of California. I put together that team to hold the question within a confidential space, within the personal space for CFA, because it included confidential personnel matters. It was sensitive. And this was the email I sent to George Diaz-Stacy at that time, Diane and Craig, sharing with them the process. Bishop Carcano had recused herself from this process, although she had asked me to meet with her in her office privately the day before that. Typically, every year, she and I would conduct the review for Diane Knudsen, and so I had emailed around December 15th, 16th, and asked when we were scheduling it, and at that time she said she was recusing herself from Diane's review for that year. But she wanted to meet with me. So I met with her in her office the day before this on December 21st. And at that time, I didn't know the subject of the meeting. She began with Diane needs to go, which surprised me because she had told me she was recusing herself from this process, the personnel question process, as well as Diane's review. So I was surprised that she began to speak into that. We disagreed about that. The previous year, Diane had a very positive review, and I reminded her of that. She gave some, some vague reasons of Diane's colleagues won't work with her. And I said, well, that's not my experience. And it ended in disagreement. And I said, I don't agree. The discipline gives CFA the authority to supervise, hire, and fire the conference treasurer. But I said, we have a policy in our employment manual for progressive discipline. So if that's your intention, you need to follow that process. And then she pivoted to the personnel question, and which she had recused herself from. And so I said, well, I understand you've recused yourself from this question, but if you're speaking into it, this is on the record. And so I opened my computer and began to take notes. And she shared with me kind of a story of how her daughter had come to decide to live in California, Nevada. And and she said that people are suggesting that I've had a plan for several months, and I wasn't suggesting that. I actually hadn't even heard that, so I felt like she was trying to disabuse me of information I didn't hold. But in any case, I just listened and took some notes, and I said, well, people have choices, and I felt like what I was saying is we can work this out, not knowing what was coming. She didn't at that time disclose anything about the parsonage or the First St. John's Fund. And then the next day, I sent this email to the group, the HR team and the CFA team, outlining a process, saying, we have some questions. We need to understand the context around this clarification that's been sent to us from the HR team about the hiring of the bishop's daughter. And we need some data. And here are our questions. You have 3 weeks. It was right at Christmas time. We're all, several of us were serving local churches, so there was a little more time given. And then if we may send you a second round of questions. And then we'll respond to your question about whether the hiring violates our policies. And so that timeline and that process was outlined in this email.
Let's have Exhibit 7, please. Tell us about this document.
So we did wind up needing to go to a second round of questions. In the first round of questions, it was disclosed that the bishop's daughter was living in the Park Presidio parsonage. And that raised questions about reporting of compensation and equitable personnel policies because no other AA had been offered a parsonage. And we needed to understand more about that. And so by the end of the second round of questions, it had been disclosed that the First St. John's Fund had been used through a request from Stacy Current to the cabinet that $100,000 would be authorized to renovate the parsonage. That request was approved, but that is not the authorized body. The discipline does give CFA authority over conference funds. It's paragraph 612.5.A.4. So though the conference policies may not say anything about that, the discipline does. And the First St. John's Fund is a conference fund. The conference fund was set up when First St. John's was closed, and there's a governing document that makes clear who has authority over the disbursement of that fund, and it's not the appointed cabinet.
Thank you. Can you summarize the main points of the findings in this personnel question? You want them to scroll?
So, sure, no, that's okay. So we got to the end of the responses, and our team met, and we had very serious concerns. Probably foremost among them was the question about the First St. John's Fund and its use. for what seemed to be personal benefit and the reporting of the compensation that represented, because it was claimed as a legal residence for the bishop's daughter. So since she was a conference employee, she was hired under the conference EIN number. All of her employment paperwork was submitted to the conference, processed through the conference. There's no question that she's a conference employee. And so if the parsonage was given to her as a benefit, it would require reporting as compensation. Moreover, it was an inequity because no other AA had been offered a parsonage. We have multiple vacant parsonages across the conference, and this had never been offered to anyone else. So that was a concern. There was also a concern about the conflict of interest and the chain of supervision. Mm. So the conference personnel policy says that close relatives cannot be supervised by one another. So the question was really, was there an indirect line of supervision? Do the district superintendents and their offices represent more or less a direct line of supervision, even if it's an indirect relationship? And our conclusion was, based on the way that the discipline describes districts and district superintendents as an extension of the bishop's office, that there was not a sufficient separation for appropriate supervision. We were very open to creating some sort of alternative structure that could put guardrails around that. That was one of the things that we thought we were going to get to discuss in the policy document or in the policy determination that was attached to this email. There were several sections, and some of the sections were sections where we felt that we had a clear solution. So for instance, that conference personnel policy about direct supervision of a close relative, we could make that clearer. So we put that in there. That was an obvious solution. There were other pieces of this policy determination where we did not have a solution because we didn't have the authority to create a solution. So we put suggested remedy : for discussion, because we felt it was inappropriate for us to suggest solutions that we really didn't have authority, to deal with.
Thank you. Let's go to Exhibit 8 and February 28th. So you were anticipating a meeting on February 28th, and that meeting was canceled because of this memo?
So when we sent the policy determination to the HR team and to Bishop Carcaño, because even though she had recused herself, we felt like, this can't be resolved without her, and we've answered the question. We've done our work, and so she should not be, recused anymore. Or the conversation needs her, and so that meeting was planned for February 8th. Unfortunately, it had to be canceled because a member of the HR team had to go to the emergency room, and at that time, Bishop Carcaño did not want to meet with us and the HR team. She wanted to meet with us privately first. And so we said, we feel that part of the problem is that people have different information, and really the best thing is for us all to meet together and work this out together. And her response was, I require a private meeting with the CFA personnel team. And so we suggested, all right, why don't we start there? We'll do 45 minutes just with you, and then we'll bring in the rest of the team for a larger conversation. And she said, I require at least 2 hours in private with the CFA team, which in an email, which I think is among the exhibits, I know it's among the exhibits, that had a threatening tone, and accused the process of being ever evolving, when in fact we had stuck completely to the process and timelines that had been given to the HR team and to the personnel team on December 22nd. So at that point, in sort of that communication and escalation was very concerning to us, and so we decided we needed help. And so I reached out to the chair of the conference committee on episcopacy at that time by phone, Lisa Brown. I shared with her what was going on and asked for her help. She had also been the previous personnel chair of the CFA subcommittee, so I knew her from CFA, and asked her if she had any other policy documents that might give us a sense of history or practice. And her response to me was, well, this is concerning, and I think all I can do for you is pray for you. And I said, okay, well, we really need some help. And she said, I don't think this is our work. And I now know, so that was the end of that conversation. I now know that after that conversation, she called Bishop Carcano and shared with her about that call. So I called then Chancellor Jay Rosenlieb, and I first asked him, are you the chancellor for the bishop, or are you chancellor for the annual conference? And he said, for the annual conference. And so I shared with him what was going on, and his first words to me were, I don't see how this ends except in a complaint against the bishop. And I said, we don't want that. We do not want that. We want to avoid that. We want to resolve this at the annual conference level. What about mediation? And then we went into a conversation about who might mediate, who might Bishop Carcano respect enough to enter into that space and trust enough. We talked about a couple of different people, and we ended on maybe Bishop Brown, another member of the college who had preceded her, who definitely knew the Cal Nevada annual conference. We talked for about an hour, and it was my perception that that's what he was going to be working on with Bishop Carcano, this sort of setting up some sort of mediated conversation to resolve these concerns. And so, and I also called one of our California, Nevada members of the Jurisdictional Committee on Episcopacy when I couldn't find any help at our conference level. And she said, you should call the chair of the Jurisdictional Committee on Episcopacy. And so I did. And I explained the situation. And she said, we can't help you unless you give us a complaint. There's nothing we can do unless you give us a complaint. And so I was hoping that Chancellor Rosenlieb was working on setting up some mediation with Bishop Carcano. We also, at that time, emailed Bishop Carcano through the chair of the Personnel Committee. We were starting to feel anxious, the clergy members of our team, because we're clergy and didn't want to be in any way be seen as disrespecting our bishop or going against her. And so the layperson who was the chair of the Personnel Committee emailed and asked for a mediator directly to her. And then about 3 weeks later, we got this memo from Chancellor Rosenlieb, and I was stunned because this wasn't the memo, but are we going to show the memo? This is the email. This is the email after the memo.
Yes, I think that's up next. Exhibit 47. I believe that's it.
Well, this is my email to Chancellor Rosenlieb after he and I talked on the phone for about an hour. So that was, I talked to him February 7th. This email says, thank you so much for your time yesterday. it affirms that our hope was that we would have a mediator. We talked about Bishop Brown in this email. I also suggested maybe Aaron Hawkins might be willing to do it. I knew Bishop Carcagno really liked and respected her. So that is in this email. There were many attempts to try to find a way to mediate this. So, and then on February 28th, we received a memo from Chancellor Rosenlieb. So that's the one I was referring to. So that's in the exhibit set.
Yeah, we'll bring that up.
So in that memo, first I was stunned because that wasn't what I thought was going to happen. I thought we were all working on finding a mediator. And then here's a memo that said, I think the title was Confidential Legal Memorandum. So it wasn't a ruling. It wasn't legal counsel. I felt that the title was intentionally vague, and it didn't address all of the concerns. It didn't say anything about the use of the First St. John's Fund. It didn't say anything about compensation and the liability that exposed the conference to. There was a point in the questions put to the HR team where one of the responses came back, and Jorge Dominguez testified to this, that there was an idea that perhaps the bishop's daughter could be a caretaker of the parsonage. But in the state of California, it's illegal for sole compensation for a job to be given in housing. So that too was a problematic solution. And it didn't address any of those concerns. It addressed a few concerns with arguments that really kind of missed the point. And within 2 hours, we received the email that was on the screen just before this from Bishop Carcagno declaring the matter closed.
Thank you. Did you experience any retaliation because of your role in these concerns?
Well, I feel that retaliation began almost immediately. When I went and had the meeting with Bishop Carcagno at her request around Diane's review, and her first words being, after greetings, it's time for Diane to go. That, especially after the 2020's review being so strong, that concerned me, and it did feel tied to what was happening with the HR question. I also became aware that Craig Brown had been in process toward a new appointment at our largest church in the annual conference. This was a known fact. It had been been discussed in lots of different places. From folks I know at that church also had that expectation. So shortly after the HR question was raised, and Craig Brown was one of the people who forwarded that question, the communication to him was, you're not going to Los Altos, you're going to another church.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, it was retaliation related to you.
Oh, related to me?
Yes.
Okay.
Good call.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me just first say that I feel like up until this point I had a very good working relationship with Bishop Carcagno. I feel like that we accomplished a lot. California, Nevada, for the 6 years that I was chair of CFA, and Bishop Carcagno's not her first year, but when we began working together, we achieved 100% general and jurisdictional apportionments as an annual conference for 6 years in a row, when the annual conference had not accomplished that in at least 16 years. And I felt like we had a positive, very positive working relationship. I appreciated her. I decided to take an appointment in the annual conference after I had been in extension ministry because I was excited about working with her. When this happened, though, I was concerned about any form of retaliation. And actually, there was a call that I received from Stacy Current and Shinya Goto telling me that I was going to be moved from my appointment, even though I had not requested an appointment change. My church had not requested an appointment change. In my 6 years at the church I just left, membership increased by 25%, which represented 74 new members. We became the highest giving apportionment church in the district, moved from number 6 to number 1 in that time. Just a very strong ministry. There was really no clear rationale. The rationale that was given to me was, well, you don't live in the community of your church, but I had been given permission to move from the parsonage when an associate was appointed, so he could move into the parsonage and move back to our family home, which is about an hour away. So that had not been a problem before, and all of a sudden it was a problem. From what I now know, there were even more clear reasons that was retaliation, but I didn't know that at the time. I questioned it, and I learned in that conversation that the church that they wanted to appoint me to had already been told that I would be their pastor before I learned anything about this.
You had no consultation?
There was no consultation. They had negotiated. The salary was a $40,000 cut, and in the negotiation they already had with this church, before I had any word that this was even underway, apparently they got the church to increase the salary by $18,000, but for a net of $22,000 cut in compensation. That's not how it is supposed to happen.
Let me ask you 2 final questions, kind of for your own reflection. Did you think that the complaint would likely end up here in a trial?
No. We exhausted every option at the annual conference level to resolve this. And we saw evidence of inappropriate use of funds. We saw evidence that inequitable compensation practices were taking place. We had concerns about lines of supervision, and the renovation of a local church parsonage without authorization from the local church to do that. The district committee on buildings and location was not involved. There was no evidence that the local church had even asked to have their parsonage renovated. We felt that we couldn't look away from that, and that we had a duty to the annual conference in our elected roles, that we had a fiduciary duty to the annual conference for oversight of funds and for liability that the conference was exposed to for failure to report compensation and inequitable compensation. And we expected that it would be resolved by, at that point, asking for help from the Western jurisdiction. There were many times that this could have ended. Unfortunately, Bishop Carcano has not been willing to substantively engage with resolving the issues. And unfortunately, each time that unwillingness happened, the problem compounded. So no, I didn't expect to be here. This is not what my ministry has been about. It's been focused on reconciliation and building up the church. But I do believe that these kinds of issues do have to be resolved for the church to be trustworthy. And people deserve a trustworthy church.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Stone King.
All right. Let me turn now, if I might, Reverend Campbell.
Good afternoon. I want to ask some general questions about the Park Presidio parsonage arrangement first, if you like. I wonder if we might be able to put up Respondents Exhibit E. Is that available? This is a portion of the discipline from paragraph 818. It's subparagraph 6. And this is cited in the Bill of Charges and Specifications as indicating that the Bishop Carcaño, had violated the policy of the discipline by, if you'll note the highlighted part there, that states no part of the expense and no honoraria for any such visitations on a district shall be accepted from local churches. Am I reading that correctly? You see where I'm talking about? A couple of questions about that. What is the overall title of that paragraph?
Episcopal expense reimbursement and honoraria policies.
What's your understanding as the chair of CFNA about the meaning of the word reimbursement?
Can you be more specific?
Well, would I be correct in saying that to be reimbursed for something means that you outlay the funds first and then you are reimbursed for that they are provided back to you in some way?
That sounds accurate. With mileage, you need to claim, a chart and the appropriate IRS. I'm not sure where you're going with this.
Yeah, well, you'll see.
Okay.
But reimbursement is funds that are given back for an expense that is laid out in advance. Did that concept apply in the use of the Park Presidio parsonage?
Well, we got a variety of responses. There were points where Bishop Carcaño said that it was her second Episcopal residence, and there were points when she said it wasn't her second Episcopal residence. I'm on the Episcopal Residency Committee, and we were never consulted. So I don't believe that it was appropriately a second Episcopal residence that would be considered compensation and should be reported. So I'm not, did I answer your question?
Well, I'm trying to get at the applicability of paragraph 818 that's cited in the Bill of Specification, or the Bill of Charges, as a specification supporting the charge.
So I didn't write the Bill of Charges.
Well, that's what we have to deal with, though.
So I think what they were referencing, since you're opening this door, is that in Bishop Carcaño's testimony, she said that the house was a gift to her from Park Presidio.
Well, we'll contest that later on. But what I'm trying to get at here is whether any expenses were incurred by Bishop Carcaño for that local church by her being there.
I do believe that the use of the house and the use of the money was for personal benefit because her daughter claimed it as her legal residence. It was the legal address that she submitted with her employment paperwork, and I do believe that that is for personal benefit.
Of Bishop Carcaño.
Yes.
We will follow up on that a little bit further too. A question I have for you has to do with the St. John's Fund and whether the bishop benefited in any financial way from the use of that fund. Am I making the question clear? Was there any financial benefit that accrued to Bishop Carcaño by the expenditure of the money from the St. John's Fund?
Yes.
Yes, in what regard?
The value of annual fair market value rent of that parsonage is between $54,000 and $72,000. It was variously claimed, as I said, that either the house was hers and her residence, or that it was her daughter's residence. She stayed there with her daughter, and so what's hard about this is that different claims have been made. So if it was her daughter's residence, then that compensation needed to be reported, and there was never any documentation of that compensation being reported or of appropriate employment records being kept or any kind of initiation employment paperwork being done. So
you say different claims were made. Different claims were made by whom?
By Bishop Carcaño.
In what forum?
In oral testimony and written testimony responses in the process of this.
Of the trial investigation, the Committee on Investigation, is that what you're talking about?
No, beginning in the supervisory response time.
Okay, but once the complaint had been lodged. At any point, did Bishop Carcaño ever indicate to you that this was to be considered a second Episcopal residence?
In her testimony to the Committee on Investigation, she said Park Presidio gave her the house for her use.
Gave her the house? Was the deed transmitted to her?
You can ask her. It was her testimony.
Was the deed transmitted to her, to your knowledge?
Not that I know of.
No. If a local church, let me ask it this way. Are you aware of any restrictions in the discipline to a local church using their parsonage to extend hospitality through a vacant parsonage to anybody they choose to?
What is different from what you're suggesting from what happened is that this was a legal residence of her daughter. It wasn't hospitality. It wasn't you can stay here for a night or two. This was claimed as a legal residence. That's different.
In what forum was it claimed as a legal residence?
The forms that her daughter filled out when taking the position as the Bay District Administrative Assistant used that address as the legal address.
Okay, so if Bishop Carcaño was living in the parsonage when she was on the Bay District 7 to 10 days a month at the invitation of the Park Presidio congregation, and her daughter came to live with her, that becomes some kind of a violation of the law?
Because it wasn't 7 to 10 days. If it's someone's legal residence and they're living there every day of the month and every day of the year, it's not just the kind of hospitality you're suggesting.
Didn't the Park Presidio congregation have a demonstrated need for somebody to be present in that congregation, in that parsonage, in order to care for the property, to prevent the kinds of difficulties?
No, they did not.
Let me finish.
Oh.
To prevent the kinds of difficulties that they were having prior to Sophia being there.
No, and so let me be clear. Park Presidio has two parsonages. One is next to the church, and one is on 4th Avenue. The one next to the church did have a problem with squatters. The one that we're talking about did not. At one point, when Bishop Carcano was staying there and her daughter was there as well, they did have a break-in. Unfortunately, that's not unusual in the city of San Francisco. I don't agree that they needed a caretaker to live in the house to protect it. You can rent a house, and that's another way to handle occupancy.
What happens in the Park Presidio situation if that house is rented out? What are the consequences of that?
There are consequences. In the city of San Francisco, the Ellis Act is a complicated law that does make it complicated to rent properties in San Francisco and Berkeley and lots of cities in the Bay Area. But lots of churches do it, and you just have to deal with it. It's a decision about appropriate use of an asset, the way to use a church asset to fund ministry, and that's the decision of the local church.
It's not the decision of the local church.
Of the local church.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree.
How to use their asset is a decision of the local church if they are going to rent it out. Rent it out.
Or, conversely, if they decide that there is an arrangement whereby the property can be maintained. Before I go there, let me ask you a question about, were there complaints by neighbors about that house being unoccupied for 2 years and falling into somewhat of a dilapidated condition? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, and I want to say, I think you were trying to make the point that a church could make a decision to have a caretaker or rent it out. In the state of California, you can't have compensation be solely housing. If you're going to have someone be a live-in caretaker, you have to also provide monetary compensation.
However, what if that person were a guest and they decided, because of your generosity, they would also want to express generosity by caring for the property?
Does a guest use a house as their legal residence and live there full time?
By invitation. If they're invited to be there out of the goodness of the hearts of the people of the Park Presidio community, and because they see a benefit in having somebody there for the church. Well, I'm not being interviewed. I'm supposed to be examining you. Excuse me.
Well,
we're debating here.
She wasn't a guest.
Was she invited by her mother to live there?
What the document that I have seen, and through the process that we created to try to see the information related to these questions, we ask for documentation, anything around that house. Once the complaint was submitted, I saw a document that was an employment contract between the church and Sophia, Bishop Carcano's daughter, dated February 4th, after our policy determination and process had been completed. I think this is going to come up later.
It will. Was that called an employment contract?
I don't remember what it was headed.
Yeah,
I think it's in the exhibits, so.
Yeah. Might it have been called an agreement between parties?
I don't remember what it was headed.
Thank you. There's been an implication that somehow the employment by the bishop's daughter, Sophia, was linked to her residence in the Park Presidio parsonage. Was that ever expressed by the superintendent as a part of Sophia's compensation, to your knowledge?
No, not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
But just because it wasn't expressed doesn't mean that it was not tied to it or had the appearance of.
Nor does it mean that it was. I'd like to turn now just to the discipline again. If we could have Church Exhibit A, as a matter of fact, I'm sorry, not Church Exhibit, Respondents Exhibit A. The headline here, could you read this for us, perhaps? Chris?
Paragraph 613, responsibilities. The council shall have authority and responsibility to perform the following functions.
And could we see Respondents Exhibit B, please? I've highlighted for you here the beginning words of each of those responsibilities that are outlined. I wonder whether you might just read down through the highlighted paragraphs for us.
I will, but the paragraph 612 also applies. So
We'll get to 612.
to recommend, to receive, to recommend, to consult, to develop policies.
And scroll down, please.
To recommend, to advise local churches, to recommend, to review, to recommend.
And could we see Respondents Exhibit C, please? Just the highlighted parts once more, please. This is a continuation of that paragraph.
To have authority and supervision over the conference treasurer, director of administrative services, to work in cooperation with other annual conference agencies, to establish uniform and equitable policies and practices, to cooperate with the general counsel on finance and administration. Do you want me to keep going?
You get the drift here that basically, would it be fair to say that what we see here is that the Conference Council on Finance and Administration is given the responsibility basically to monitor, to advise, to consult, to help in the process of developing policy. Is there anything in the description that's contained in this whole paragraph that you're familiar with as being the chair that would give CFNA authority to be the deciding body in the disbursement of funds?
That's in 612.
I will get to that in just a moment. But is
And
there
it's not-
anything in this material?
It's not in this paragraph.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Let's turn to 612 for a moment. Exhibit for the respondent number D, letter D. Have we got D? This is the one that, yeah, you can read that, please, as well.
Having fiscal oversight responsibilities such as described in 613.5 and 613.11 and 616 through 618 for annual conference funds.
Yeah, those were the paragraphs that we just looked at a moment ago, the 613 one. What's your understanding of what it means to have fiscal oversight responsibilities?
It means that we ensure that the funds are being used according to their governing documents.
Yes, so that's a reviewing function that you're describing there. I'm wondering where executive authority to make decisions about the expenditure of funds from a particular trust fund would come under CFNA's responsibilities.
It's in the oversight.
So
to make
you're
sure
using
that
the
they-
word oversight.
To
So,
make sure that the governing documents are followed.
so if Bishop Carcaño is given oversight of the spiritual and temporal life of her realm of responsibility in the United Methodist Church, does that mean she has authority to approve or reject every single expenditure that takes place in her conference? You following?
No.
You're using the word oversight to imply that oversight includes the administration and direction of a particular fund.
No, I'm not.
Well, explain to me what you said then one more time, please. I'm a little slow sometimes.
So the First St. John's Fund has its own governing document. It's a legal document that was set up when the fund was set up, that describes the bodies that have authority over the disbursement of that fund.
Correct.
CFA is one of the bodies in the fund is the Board of Missions. The Board of Missions ceased to exist, and CFA is the corporate successor of the Board of Missions. The core team is the programmatic successor. So in general, CFA's responsibility is oversight of funds. With respect to the First St. John's Fund, there actually is a specific responsibility in disbursement along with the core team. The practice in the annual conference had been that the core team, there was an exhibit earlier that showed the core team chair was the person that collaboratively decided the disbursement in 2018. I accepted that then. We have clarified now that it is both bodies, but in the case of the disbursement that renovated the Park Presidio parsonage, it was none of those bodies. It was only the district superintendent of the Bay District.
You're saying that that matter was not brought as a recommendation to the appointive cabinet?
Oh, it was, but it was none of the bodies named in the governing document made the decision, except for the DS of, at that time it was called the Golden Gate District, now it's called the Bay District. That person is named in the governing document, and that person was a part of the decision. But the other bodies that have authority over that fund, the Board of Missions or its successors, the San Francisco United Methodist Mission, some, or its successors, which is now, that's the Extension Society, which is now the Bay District Union. Oh, sorry. United Methodist Mission, which is the Extension Society. That was the name for the Extension Society. And now we have moved our extension societies into district unions. So the Bay District Union is the successor to that extension society, and that is named in the governing document. So previously, and in the exhibit you saw before, those entities were present, and you can see that in the minutes, for the decision to disperse funds from the First St. John's Fund in 2018.
Would that include the disbursement of $350,000 for the extension, for the creation of the position occupied by Craig Brown?
That was the document I'm referring to.
And that came before CFNA for approval?
No, it didn't.
No, it came before that. It had the representation of that.
From the core team.
From the core team. Are you aware of other expenditures from the St. John's Fund subsequently that were approved by the appointive cabinet?
No.
So in the 4 or 5 years, the 4 years between 2018 and 2022, you're not aware of any expenditures from the St. John's Fund that, okay, we'll have further questions about that subsequently. I'd like to turn to just for just a few moments to the question of retaliation in your appointment process that was referenced. I take it that this announcement of an intention to appoint you from where you were to the church in Davis was rather upsetting to you. Is that fair to say?
Well, it was surprising,
Yeah. You
and
didn't,
the loss of compensation was concerning.
you didn't want to move.
Well, I mean, elders are always subject to move,
Okay.
but no, I hadn't requested a move,
No.
and neither had my church.
Explain to me, didn't you testify that there were two district superintendents that spoke to you about this? Did they have a conversation with you about it?
Yes.
How is that different from consultation?
Because they had already told that church, the new church, that I would be their pastor, and negotiated compensation.
They told the church that you would be the pastor, or they were exploring whether compensation could be increased in order to make that appointment viable?
No, they said that they'd already told the church that I would be their pastor, and quote, they were so excited it would be me, they said they could increase the compensation.
Was that appointment ever announced anywhere?
No.
Did you ever meet with the Pastor-Parish Relations Committee?
No.
I'm sorry, the Pastor-Parish Relations Committee.
No, but DS Current did contact my SPRC and ask to have a conversation.
When the discipline mandates in paragraph 426 consultation and specifies that either the bishop and or the superintendents shall consult with the pastor and the local church PPRC, you taught polity, you know that. Does it specify the order in which that consultation needs to take place?
I'd have to check, but that was not the practice. I can tell you that was not the practice in our annual conference.
In fact, isn't it fair to say that consultation is really done different ways in different conferences across the connection? There is not one set model for how consultation takes place, is there?
That is true. And what I think is important here are the practices in our annual conference.
And the violation of that tradition would amount to a chargeable offense?
If you've read the complaint, that was not part of our complaint.
Well, this was introduced by the Council for the Church in her previous examination. Just one final question. Another question.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Sure.
I just want to clarify. My appointment was not mentioned in the complaint that came from CFA.
It is mentioned, however, subsequently as an example of there being a lack of consultation, and that's why we're exploring that. Just one question about timeline. Not long after receiving the news, the cabinet intended to, well, let me ask it this way. When were you notified of this proposed appointment by the cabinet to Davis? Actually, I have two more questions, but go ahead.
March 4th, 2022.
When was the complaint that you wrote submitted to the jurisdiction?
March 3rd, 2022.
The complaint was submitted before you heard about the potential appointment to Davis?
Yes.
So we need to just verify our records on that. Thank you. The final question I do have is has to do with the move from where you were serving, I believe the Epworth Church, is that correct, to Davis. Did you, before, I know you testified that that had been an approved move. I believe you're talking about by the local church.
No, by district superintendent current.
And you consulted with the district superintendent before you moved?
Yes.
You did. Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, we get me on here. Yeah, maybe you leave me on and I'll turn it off up here. Any rebuttal from the church? All right, fine. Do you intend to dismiss this witness? Okay, all right, all right. So you're excused. And we're ready then, Reverend Forbes, for you to present your next witness.
Yeah.
We were talking about 3:50.
The counsel for the church calls Betty Spencer. This is our first online witness. Hello, Betty.
Hello.
Good. You can hear me? It's
Yes, I
Janet
can.
Forbes.
Yes.
Yes. Will you, you have joined us in the trial court here in Chicago, Illinois. Thank you for coming in from your home, and thank
You're
your
welcome.
family for helping with the technology. We appreciate that. Will you tell us your name
Yes.
and your longtime relationship to the Park Presidio United Methodist Church?
My name is Betty Spencer. I have been part of Park Presidio since I was 4 years old, living in the neighborhood a couple of blocks away. There was about a 20-year gap when I had 3 children and my mother and my mother-in-law living with me as well as attending school, and I just could not fit church in at that point. But when things settled down, I came back, and I've been regular member since 1990 till the present.
Wonderful. Are you familiar with, let me ask first, how many members does Park Presidio have now? Let me ask now. Do you know?
Three of us.
Okay, wonderful.
Yes.
3. Do you know the 4th Avenue Parsonage?
Oh, yes. I have worked myself and my husband built a fence.
Whoops. We're buffering a little bit,
on
Betty.
the property on the north side, coming and going, and clean.
I'm going to ask you to say that again. You were buffering a little bit, kind of you cutting in and out.
Oh, okay.
Tell us a little bit more about that. The 4th Avenue Parsonage, what you know.
Oh,
And-
yes. My husband and I built a fence on the north side of the garden. And also, I have been involved in cleaning the kitchen, mainly the refrigerator, in between pastors, as well as cleaning the windows upstairs.
You'll have to know that the cleaning the refrigerator got a big laugh here in the courtroom. A lot of pastors here, Betty.
Yes. Okay.
How did you find out about the renovation of the parsonage? Where were you when you learned about the renovation and the gift?
I was participating in Jones Memorial United Methodist Church in a study group meeting every Friday at 4:30 in their church sanctuary with their man who was assigned to us as a interim pastor, Pastor Kenneth Watson. And Stacy, our district superintendent, read a document stating that our district superintendent told us that there would be $75,000 paid on the repairs of the parsonage, 752 4th Avenue, which I had trouble believing. But
How
that was
did that
the
make?
first time I heard that.
Was that received? How did that make you feel?
I had tears come to my eyes. I couldn't believe they would pay that much for us to continue as a church.
Wonderful. Did you know where the fund came from? How was it articulated to you that
All
you
I
were
did-
getting
From the Methodist Church.
from the Methodist Church? From the conference or or for the district, or do you have any idea where the
I
fund
don't
was?
recall if that was mentioned.
Okay. Do you know if the gift was a grant or a loan? Do you remember anything about that?
It did not mention loan. That gift.
That got some laughs as well, Betty.
Or payment made.
Great. At that time, did you know that Bishop Carcano and her daughter were living in the parsonage?
At that time, I'm not sure that I knew that. I think it came to me later.
Okay. And you signed, when did you actually sign the document? I know it was February 4th. How long after you learned about the gift or the $75,000?
All right. I heard from Mr. Marsh that this longer period, 2 to 3 months after that I signed the document.
Okay. We're going to have that document put up on the screen next to you. It's Exhibit 34. We're going to wait a few minutes for these technical folks to get that beside you. There it is, and it's a memo that says, or a agreement that says Park Presidio Parsonage Usage Agreement. And it begins by saying, Park Presidio United Methodist Church is honored to host our Bishop of the California-Nevada Annual Conference, Bishop Minerva Carcano, in the church parsonage at, and gives the address of the parsonage, 752 4th Avenue. Did you or one of the other members of the church write that? We're honored. Did you write that? Did you write the?
Not at all. No, I did not.
Do you know whether either one of the other two wrote the?
I don't know that either.
Who do you think might have written it?
I think district superintendent, maybe with the bishop.
Okay. Tell us about the February 4th. What happened on February 4th when you signed it? And I'm going to invite to scroll up to see the signatures, please.
Next page.
There we go. The signatures, Betty, you signed on February 4th. Stacy Current on February 4th. Bishop Minerva Carcano on February 4th. And then I think that's Sophia Spaniola, on February 4th. Tell us about the moment that this happened. Where were you and what happened and how did this come about?
We were upstairs in a small meeting room at Jones Memorial Methodist Church. And I was asked to sign right after Stacy finished reading the document. And I did sign, but my name was the first and only name, only signature on that form at that time. And then I was told that I could leave. So I did.
You said that DS Stacy, DS Current read the document to you?
Yes, she read the document.
Were there other people present besides you and DS Stacy?
Oh, yes. There was a room full of people and because there, but I know Pastor Ken Watson, and I'm sure Stacy was there. Maybe Angela Brown, I'm not there. And I don't, Pastor Ken Watson was there. I think part of Park Presidio, either Natasha or Leslie were there.
The other two members of the church.
All I can remember. Yes, yes.
So did you have any questions about the signing, the document itself?
I didn't have a chance to have any questions. I was told I could leave after I signed. So I felt that they didn't want to hear any questions.
Oh, did you have questions? Do you remember having questions?
Not at that time.
Okay, okay. So you signed and then left. Did you,
Yes.
so that you were the first signer, was the document confidential?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know that it was confidential?
No, she thinks it's delayed action. She thinks you answered yes to the.
I was told that it was confidential at the meeting that Stacy read the first document.
Okay. Do you know if there was a church meeting to approve this in any way? Was there a church conference?
No.
No.
Not that I recall.
Was the bishop's daughter, why was the bishop's daughter not being charged rent? Do you know that story about?
No, I don't.
Okay. Have you been to the new parsonage?
Yes, I have. It's lovely.
Good, good. Is the parsonage currently being rented?
Yes.
And how is the rent determined?
How is the lease determined?
No, the rent. How much rent is
the it's affordable rent. $3,500, I believe, a month.
Good, good. Thank you. Let's see. I think those are my questions.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now I'm going to turn to Reverend Campbell. Do you have a cross-examination, please?
Question or two.
All right. If the witness will hold just a moment, the respondent's counsel, Reverend Campbell, will ask you a few questions.
Hello, Betty. Good afternoon.
Yes.
I just wanted to underscore one piece of your testimony. You indicated that Superintendent Stacy Current went through the whole document with you before asking you to sign. Is that correct? She read the whole document to you?
Yes.
Yes. Did you?
As far as I know, I did not have a copy until several weeks after.
Okay. Were you told that you had to sign that document?
Oh, no, I was not told I had to. I think I was asked to.
Okay, thank you. One other question. At that time, which was, I believe, a couple of years ago, about 2 years, well, year and a half ago, with three members, did the church regularly hold charge conferences each year with the three of you?
No.
Thank you. I don't have any more
No.
questions. Hope you have a good afternoon.
All right. Do you have any rebuttal? Are you ready to dismiss this witness? And so thank you so very much for your willingness to be here in the presence of the court today. We're very grateful, but we're dismissing you now from this assignment. And so should you choose to watch the trial online, you're free to do that because you have been dismissed officially as a witness of the court. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna watch the rest of the trial if you want to read it.
All right. We are at a point of, I think, recess for just a 10-minute break. It's 3:23. Let's come back then, if we will, in let's say 3:35. Is that all right? 3:35, I will reconvene us, but we're in recess until that point. All right, okay. Please take your seats if you will. We're going to convene in just a moment. I'm going to give you a moment to get seated.
A couple of announcements. It could be now or it could be at the end.
Okay, okay.
So this, I want to thank you.
Thank you. I'm aware that these are short breaks, but we are making progress. And I need to be more helpful to the jury. Occasionally, you have questions that you would like to ask a witness. And when you have that question ready, do not hesitate to ask the officer at large to bring that to me immediately. We have had a question submitted that we did not have in time to ask maybe the witness that was on the stand. And it would be inappropriate for me to attempt to answer that unless I was simply using a statement of the discipline. And so I apologize for that we received it a little slow, but I did not make that as clear as I want to. So when you feel like you need to ask a question, you use that process, and I'll try to make sure that happens for you next time. All right? Now I'm turning back then to Reverend Forbes as she continues the presentation from the church.
Thank you, Bishop Gwen. The church calls Ms. Diane Knudsen.
All right.
Good afternoon. Would you tell us your name again, your title, and your role in the annual conference?
Yes, my name is Diane Knudsen. I'm the conference treasurer and director of administrative services for the California-Nevada Conference.
What is your professional background for that role?
Well, at the time of these events, I was in my 27th year as conference treasurer. Before that, originally I worked as a CPA. I grew up in Iowa, and I worked as a CPA in Iowa and Nebraska for a few years. Went back to grad school, got an MBA, and from there was hired by a hospital in California. That's how I got to California, and I was involved with my United Methodist Church in California when the pastor told me about this opening in the conference, and that was in 1994.
And that's 27 years.
29 now.
29. Oh, that's right. How many bishops have you worked with?
When I was hired, Bishop Talbert was the bishop, and I worked under him for 8 years, I believe, and then Bishop Shimano, Bishop Brown, Bishop Carcagno, and Bishop Dick now as interim.
Wonderful. Will you tell the trial court why you chose to file this complaint? And we're talking about the Trinity complaint, the second complaint.
Well, as the conference treasurer and the CFO of that corporation, I have a duty to safeguard the assets of the organization, and that includes safeguarding assets from the actions of unauthorized people or groups. And in this case, the asset is a piece of property worth, somewhere in the neighborhood of $20 to $40 million, probably more today.
What specifically was your concern related to the Conference Board of Trustees around this Trinity project? And you may want to go back and rehearse the connectional team.
Okay.
I think I mentioned that this morning in my opening, but you may want to remind everyone.
Okay. Well, on December 10th, 2021, that's really, that's the beginning of the story in a way. I'm staff to the Conference Board of Trustees. The Conference Board of Trustees met on that day with this task force that the bishop had created back in 2020. So I'll not talk about the task force right away, but that meeting was a joint meeting in a way between the Conference Board of Trustees and the bishop's task force. And at that meeting, the bishop told the Conference Board of Trustees that that the Board of Trustees is not at the top of the pyramid of authority when it comes to the Trinity United Methodist Church of Berkeley assets. Now again, these assets are significant. There's a piece of property with the church property that's again valued somewhere between $15 million, excuse me, and $45 million. There's also a church parsonage in Berkeley that's worth over $1 million, and there was cash and investments of over $2 million. And the other thing the bishop said at that meeting that was concerning to me was that she in response to a statement by the consultant / potential broker DCG, she said that it would be her task force, which she called it in that moment the connectional team, that would be the body making a decision about whether to accept offers on the church property, as in purchase offers.
Now, was this specifically a joint meeting, or was it a meeting of the Board of Trustees? What was the purpose of the meeting? A regular meeting? What was?
Well, it was an official meeting of the Board of Trustees. They had a quorum. The chair introduced it at the meeting. At the beginning of the meeting, he said this was an informational meeting, so the Board of Trustees could meet with this task force that had been working with the bishop, and it actually includes the bishop, to discern whether there was a missional purpose for the property. So my concern, and part of the reason why I submitted this complaint, was because it seemed to me, after that meeting, it seemed to me the bishop's task force was on the precipice of making some legally binding decisions that they didn't have the disciplinary authority to make.
You said informational meeting, and it was a regular scheduled meeting of the Board of Trustees. Should we go to the video at this moment?
Sure.
Let's look at, this is a brief video, actually, the comments that you mentioned, that you want to set that up at all, about when this comes?
I don't remember, so it's fine to go with it.
Okay. I believe this was closer to the end of the meeting, but please, video number 50, Exhibit 50.
And so, having made that decision, we don't have the trustees at the top of the pyramid of authority. We flattened it, and we have made the decision to do mission and ministry in this place, and it's going to take, again, all of us. So there is not a lead partner in this, or a leader. It is a corporate body that will have to lead together.
Yeah, that's the first statement that I mentioned.
Great, thank you. The connectional team, let me see. Why do you believe the bishop and the task force didn't have authority over the property?
The bishop's task force, the bishop created this task force in the summer of 2020 to discern whether or not there was a missional use for the Trinity Church property. That task force included 14 voting members. They included Bishop Carcano, District Superintendent Stacy Current, District Superintendent Stacy Curran's husband, 3 conference staff people, including me. And that task force worked for a year plus and came up with its recommendations in October of 2021. And it did not bring those recommendations to the annual conference at the end of October. And so it was surprising to me that that task force not only didn't disband after it had written up its recommendations on October 1st, but now in this December meeting, the bishop was really giving that task force significant power, in fact, full authority, it seemed, over the Trinity very valuable assets, at least the church property. So I might go back, if I might, just to give you the story of Trinity United Methodist Church.
That was my next question,
Okay.
about how it closed and how it became to be a property under discussion.
Right. The reason why I believe the Conference Board of Trustees has authority over the Trinity United Methodist Church assets is because in March of 2020, the bishop, majority of the district superintendents, and the district building and location committee made the decision that exigent circumstances existed, and this is all invoking paragraph 2549.3b of the Book of Discipline. So again, the bishop, the majority of district superintendents, and the district building and location committee determined that exigent circumstances existed necessitating an immediate protection of the assets of the Trinity United Methodist Church. And so I received that notification in March of 2020, as did the chair of the Conference Board of Trustees, Harold Cottle. So the second part of that paragraph in the Book of Discipline then says that that decision immediately vests the assets of the church in the Conference Board of Trustees, and it's their sole discretion whether to hold it or to sell it.
Thank you. Have you had previous experience with these kind of ad interim procedures with the Board of Trustees?
We had one other church that had an ad interim decision such as this. I just remind us that according to the discipline, that this ad interim decision is to say that the assets need protection, and therefore they vest to the Conference Board of Trustees. But the church doesn't really get closed officially until the annual conference votes, later that year, and that is what happened with Trinity United Methodist Church. The church was closed by action of the annual conference later that year.
And were you a part of the bishop's task force?
I was, and Harold Cottle, the chair of trustees, and I both were part of the bishop's task force. And we met on site at Trinity a few times. And so...
How about Exhibit 41, please? I believe this is the missional use recommendation for Trinity United Methodist Church in Berkeley, October 1st. That's when the recommendations came in.
That's correct. And we had annual conference at the end of October of that very year. So the Conference Board of Trustees met with District Superintendent Stacy Curran, and we talked about these recommendations with the Conference Board of Trustees in October. And we thought that, maybe we assumed, but we thought, the Conference Board of Trustees thought that this task force was bringing these recommendations to the annual conference later that month. And the Conference Board of Trustees was totally on board with these recommendations. The only part of the recommendations that the Conference Board of Trustees pushed back on at all was the specification of who the broker would be, because the Conference Board of Trustees felt they needed to vet the broker and brokers for because it is their fiduciary duty to do so. But in terms of the missional use and the other recommendations, the Conference Board of Trustees were very excited about this project.
Can you say a little bit about the recommendations, the missional use?
Yeah.
Do you want to scroll through that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. I think we all agree, everyone on the task force agreed this is a really special property. It's right across the street from UC Berkeley campus, sorry. And it has 3 buildings on it, most of which have a lot of deferred maintenance. So the question really for this task group, the task group also included local, other United Methodist pastors in the area, and some lay people. And so there was a lot of conversation about the potential for ministry at this site. And it was exciting. There was not complete agreement on whether that should look like a new church or some other kind of ministry, but it was basically a pretty straightforward consensus that we wanted to have a presence at this site. The thing that I find gets confusing in these conversations is this document says something about we agreed we would sell the air, which isn't exactly the way that we've talked about it with brokers and with consultants. The nuts and bolts of this recommendation really means that the Conference Board of Trustees would vet brokers, including the one recommended by the task force, and then the broker would market the property with the caveat that, and everyone also agreed that the highest and best use of this property would be student housing, and it was worth considerable amount of money. But so the way this was really going to work and really will work is that you will sell the property to a student housing developer with the caveat that some part of that building or that site will be retained for ministry. But it really is a sale of property.
And what was the recommended broker by the connectional team?
The connectional team had already contracted with DCG Strategies to resource their work as a task force. So DCG Strategies was assisting the task force in analyzing the site. And so that was their recommendation, was to use DC Strategies also as the real estate broker.
Okay. Were the trustees familiar with DCG?
Yes, when the church assets came to the Conference Board of Trustees in March of 2020, that church congregation had already contracted with DCG to do real estate management on the site, on the church site. Mm-hmm. And so when that contract expired in a few months later, the Conference Board of Trustees contracted with DCG again to do the property management on the Trinity Church site, and we still do to this day.
Good. How did the Board of Trustees, were they satisfied with the work that they had done with DCG?
Yes, they were. They just understood that they had a fiduciary duty to talk to more than one broker, and they really wanted to, they also wanted to hear from the broker that we have used in the past, Cushman and Wakefield.
Yes, Cushman and Wakefield. And so what was and so they wanted to visit with Cushman and Wakefield about this similar property. Had Cushman and Wakefield, they presented a proposal in 2020?
The Board of Trustees had asked Cushman and Wakefield for an analysis of the property, which they received in October of 2020, but Cushman and Wakefield frankly never got a chance to present that proposal.
And why was that?
Well, we tried a couple of times to invite well, let me just be specific. In August of 2021, I had set up a meeting of the Conference Board of Trustees to hear from both brokers. And that meeting, D.S. Current and Bishop Carcano asked me to cancel that. So we did. Harold and I canceled that meeting. And then again, on December 8th, I believe it was December 8th or 9th, we had scheduled again to have Cushman Wakefield come present their proposal the day before the December 10th meeting where DCG was going to be there. And that's when there was emails back and forth, and I think you have that.
Yes,
on file.
Exhibit 49, please.
So in that set of emails, Bishop Carcano and Stacy, Reverend D.S. Stacy Current, now this is a different exhibit, sorry, but this, as long as you have this exhibit out, I'll just mention that supports what I was saying about DCG being a broker, just like Cushman Wakefield would be a broker. This is the real estate broker contract that DCG submitted. And it demonstrates that it's just a standard real estate agency relationship, and it wouldn't be significantly different if it was Cushman and Wakefield.
The exhibit I was hoping I had was the request to cancel the trustee meeting of December 9. Can you give us the general sense of Exhibit 38, please?
Yes. This was on November 29th, so it was about a week, a little more than a week away from that meeting. And so if you scroll to the very bottom, I think that would get to the beginning of the email string. Maybe I've got it backwards. But I believe I was letting the DS and the bishop know, notifying them of this meeting with DCG, or with Cushman and Wakefield. And then Bishop Carcano and DS Current responded very negatively to that.
I believe there's a yellow portion.
Mm-hmm. So this is the part that persuaded, I guess, Harold and I that we had to cancel that meeting. Bishop Carcano said, if you fail to do this, if you don't cancel this meeting you've set up on December 9th with another potential broker or consultant, I will consider it an act of defiance on your part and an undermining of the ministry of others, including myself. So, I think I had met with Bishop Carcano about this also, and, did my best to try to explain that the trustees are trying to just exercise the fiduciary duty around, not choosing one broker, that just one broker for a $40 to $50 million project, that we had a fiduciary duty to look and talk to more than one. And it didn't mean that I preferred Cushman Wakefield over DCG or vice versa. It was just our fiduciary duty. But the bishop clearly wasn't receiving that information, and she sent this email, and Harold and I, at her request, canceled the Board of Trustees meeting with Cushman Wakefield.
So you were not able to bring Cushman and Wakefield to the consideration of the Board of Trustees?
We did not. And for the second time.
All right, is there anything else you would like to say about the Trinity project? Is there something I have not asked that will make that clearer for the trial court?
Well, I'm not sure if I said this, but I was concerned again that that this task group, after the December 10th meeting, this task group or a subcommittee of it was already negotiating with DCG around the brokerage agreement. And I was, like I said, I was really concerned that the task force, I guess it is, was going to legally bind us, make a legally binding decision with DCG and maybe others along the way that they didn't have the authority to make.
What was the mood of the December 10th meeting? We're going to hear from Harold Cottle tomorrow.
Yeah.
But your perspective, what was the mood? How did that feel for your trustees, staff?
Well, it was really I've been around a while. I've been to a lot of meetings, but this was one of the least pleasant meetings I'd ever been to. The Board of Trustees, the chair of the Board of Trustees was presumably running the meeting, but the bishop's task force and the bishop were scolding the Board of Trustees and sort of trying to lay the blame on the Conference Board of Trustees for this project not getting off the ground yet, when it was actually the Board of Trustees were very accommodating to not do anything with this property for a year plus while the bishop's task force did its work and made its decisions. And of course, the Board of Trustees were represented on the task force by Harold and me, but it wasn't the Board of Trustees that were to blame for this project not getting off the ground any sooner than December of 21. And so I think, well, you'll speak to Harold personally, but my feeling was that that the Board of Trustees were pressured to make a decision about the broker, and that wasn't. I mean, that was just an example. In my mind, that was an example of how the things that were to come if we didn't get this authority issue straightened out. That the Conference Board of Trustees were getting pressured and shamed and kind of bullied through that meeting to make the decision the bishop wanted them to make.
Did the trustees actually vote that day?
They did. Even though Harold said at the beginning of the meeting that this was an informational meeting, one of the trustees made a motion to accept DCG as the broker. And Harold again tried to say, well, no, this is an informational meeting, and his preference clearly was to have the full board present. But there was a quorum, and the bishop basically told Harold that he had to take a vote, that he had to recognize that motion and take a vote.
So it was
passed, yes.
It was passed. So DCG became, at least by that vote, the candidate to be broker.
Yes.
Yes.
And then a task force of the bishop's, a subcommittee of the bishop's task force started talking to DCG and looking at the contract and had it vetted with an attorney who found lots of issues with it. But that took a lot. I mean, D.S. Stacy was really the person relating back and forth with DCG. And so she eventually was the person who received the formal contract with DCG as the broker, and then gathered the subcommittee of the task force to look it over and to meet with the attorney. And by the time sort of the events escalated, there had been no resolution to the lawyer's problems he had with the DCG contract. And so the Conference Board of Trustees, after Bishop Carcagno's suspension, has put a hold on the project and is still kind of on hold at this moment.
So articulate again the movement then to go to a complaint. We began with that, and I want to finish this section with that.
On the Trinity complaint?
On the Trinity complaint, that you were a solo author.
Yes. Well, it was, well, there's the authority issue. I feel like the Conference Board of Trustees, again, the Book of Discipline says they have sole discretion over this property. And the Conference Board of Trustees has dealt with lots of closed church properties and cooperated with the cabinet on every one in terms of whether they thought they had a missional use or not. So I just thought, this is really such a huge project. We just have to understand the authority, get the authority issue straightened out quickly and hopefully. But it was clear to me, having had that experience, even just talking to the bishop about the broker, that this was not likely to be successful. And I was in an odd position as an officer of the corporation and a member of the task force. It became clear to me that my role on the task force was simply to sign legal documents, whatever the task force decided they wanted to do. And I wouldn't have been able in good conscience to do that if I didn't feel the Conference Board of Trustees was the real decision maker.
Thank you. Turning briefly to...
Yes, the council's requesting an approach here to the table. All right, I'm going to invite Reverend Forbes to continue questioning.
Just briefly, leaving the Trinity complaint, turning to the hiring and housing of Bishop Carcanu's daughter, you have heard the testimony of Reverend Stone King and Reverend Dominguez. What do you have anything to add to those concerns?
No, I think the witnesses have covered the things that I know about.
We did have Exhibit 38 up there. That chain, if you would put that chain, email chain back, and I'm going to ask the questions. Do you believe that Bishop Carcanu retaliated against you? And describe what you came to know and when.
I came to know after the complaint was filed and into the complaint process about her conversation with my colleague shortly after this Board of Trustees meeting offering him the position of conference treasurer. I learned about her statement to the cabinet that same week saying that Diane needed to go. And I learned about her conversation with Reverend Stone King, the chair of CFA. Again, those are all in the last week or two of December, but I didn't learn about any of those three things until well after the complaint was filed, and only through this process of the Committee on Investigation that I learned about those things. But I would say that, I guess the only thing I would add, that was that when I had the executive team meeting, or before the executive team meeting with George and the bishop and I, George came to my office.
The one on December the 13th.
December 13th.
Yes.
And he told me about his concerns about the hiring of Bishop Carcaño's daughter. And I told him that I would support him, but I didn't feel, I already felt sort of unsafe because of what had happened with the Board of Trustees. So I didn't have any direct knowledge that the bishop was telling people I needed to go, but I already felt sort of unsafe. So I was happy to support George, but I was sort of clear with him that I didn't feel like I could take the initiative on this one.
Thank you. And then a last question. From your perspective, why are we here? Why have these complaints come to charges with specifications for trial?
Well, I do think it's symptomatic of a larger pattern, as I think we said in the CFA complaint. In my experience, I had a good experience with Bishop Carcaño for the first 4 years. It was only as we moved into 2020, 21, where she really began to question my leadership. What I came to understand is that the bishop's definition of a good leader is, among the conference staff, is a person that would convince their boards and agencies to make the decisions that the bishop wanted them to make. And I think she began to sense that I wasn't that kind of a leader. And so she started really being very critical of me after 2020. But I think, so as part of my job over all these years, I've always felt that the boards and agencies of the annual conference are the decision makers, especially around issues of money and property. I mean, because we're a connectional system, we have these boards and agencies that are given these authorities by the Book of Discipline. And if you're in a different kind of a denomination, a more hierarchical organization, the bishop might have the last word on money and property, but not in a connectional system. So I think all of these issues do rise to the level of a great importance if you believe that we're in a connectional church with boards and agencies that should be making some of these decisions.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Now, before I turn to the council for the respondent, there are 3 questions from the jury. And so the jury is asking you these questions. Because there were trustees, representatives in the task force, had the trustees been informed of the work of the task force?
Yes, Harold and I kept the trustees informed whenever we had a meeting with the task force. And then the following Board of Trustees meeting, we kept them up to date in terms of the notions that were beginning to form around the missional uses for the property.
And another question, did the task force share any concerns from the Board of Trustees?
No, the Board of Trustees didn't have any concerns about the missional uses that were beginning to be talked about within the task force. So there wasn't anything for Harold and I to relay back to the task force in terms of any trustee concerns.
Okay. And a third question, I'm just going to read it, and you're the witness. They're asking to give your perspective, I'm assuming. Were the groups represented by the witnesses in conversations resulting in multiple charges against the bishop, or were the charges independent of one another?
Well, I can only speak for myself. I never spoke to anyone, not even anyone from CFA, about the possibility of my filing a complaint on the Trinity matter. On the day this, and I did sign, of course, the CFA team complaint. And the day that was filed, I went home from work and I sat at my kitchen table. I watched the video of the December 10th meeting. I looked at the discipline, and I realized that this was very serious, and I wrote the complaint. And I may have talked to Harold Cottle. No, I didn't talk to Harold Cottle. I only informed Harold after I'd sent that complaint in. So I didn't talk to anyone in advance about the Trinity complaint. I didn't even know for certain that I would file it. I just had this uneasy feeling for a long time that there was something wrong with what was happening with the Trinity matter. It wasn't until that day when I sat down and really examined the discipline and the video that I decided to go ahead and write that complaint that I sent that evening.
Thank you. Now, Reverend Campbell, if you would like to cross-examine, please.
Could I approach once more?
Yes, you may. It's remarkable what these stenographers can do, isn't it? It's just amazing to me. I'm astounded, but sometimes I make it rather difficult if I jump into something before she even has time. Kathy has time to get back to her table, and I apologize, Kathy, to all of the people when I do that to you. Forgive me. So we had a consultation that, in essence, the counsel for the respondent is not going to cross-examine at this point, but the witness may need to be back on the stand again. And so I'm assuming there's no reason for a rebuttal because the cross-examine has not yet taken place. And so we're at the point of where we would dismiss the witness and have a clear understanding that she could be called back to the stand. Maybe tomorrow, for example. And we all are in agreement with the counsels that would be so, okay? So that just helps you as a jury to understand where we are in our process in that regard. All right? Now, would you proceed again, Reverend Forbes? We're moving you quickly, but you need a moment of consultation. That's fine.
Craig Brown.
And that gives us just a word of explanation, and the jury may remember, but you've heard so much today. All of the witnesses are sequestered, if you please, except the complainants and the respondent. So the witnesses are not hearing any part of these testimonies until they've been dismissed. And once they're dismissed, then they're free to listen to whatever they like. So what we've done then is we have witnesses for the council of the church, or for the church, I should say, in another room upstairs, waiting. Pardon me, and our schedule would mean that we may not today have witnesses for the respondent upstairs, but they would be in the future time. So just a word of explanation so you understand what we're doing. So we're just waiting to bring a witness down from another floor.
While we're waiting, could we approach again? Reverend Campbell? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you tell the trial court your name and current position and your ministerial history in the Western jurisdiction?
Sure. My name is Craig Brown, and I serve as the lead pastor at the First Free Methodist Church of Seattle, in Seattle, Washington. And I was ordained elder in the United Methodist Church for 28 and 3/4 years. Retired from full connection in the California-Nevada Conference in April of 2022, and then withdrew my membership from the United Methodist Church on July 8, 2022.
What appointments did you serve on behalf of the Western jurisdiction?
I served under appointment in the California Pacific Conference from the time of my ordination as a deacon in 1993, serving churches in Orange County, California, Ventura County. The last church I served as lead pastor or senior pastor was First United Methodist Church of San Diego from 2013 to 2018. And in 2018, I took the position as the executive director of congregational development for the California-Nevada Annual Conference.
How did you make that move from California Pacific to California Nevada? How did that come about?
I was reaching a point in my pastoral tenure at San Diego First where I was recognizing that my ministry needed to transition and that that appointment wasn't moving in a direction that I thought was helpful for the church or helpful for me. And I had started cultivating options about where I might go, what could be next. One of those was a conversation I had with the respondent, and that conversation was about that discernment process, and the respondent became kind of a partner with me in thinking through that process. The respondent was the one who had appointed me to San Diego First, and so in the process of that conversation, she invited me to come serve in the California-Nevada conference.
And what was the appointment she wanted you to take?
The appointment that I was asked to move into in the California-Nevada conference to be the superintendent, the district superintendent of the Bay District.
And you became the executive director of congregational development. How did that happen?
Of course, not being privy to all the inner workings of what went on, there was a person who is currently occupying the role as the Bay District Superintendent who is going to be potentially moving into another appointment. That appointment ended up not aligning or coming together the way that everyone had hoped for. And so after, I would, hard to say, 6 to 8 weeks maybe of kind of waiting in limbo about where I might end up, eventually it was decided at the very beginning of June of 2018 that I would move not into being the district superintendent, but become the executive director of congregational development.
And what were your responsibilities and focus, if you will, of that position?
As the executive director of congregational development, I was responsible for helping the annual conference understand how it was going to plant and launch new congregations, sometimes in existing locations, sometimes in new locations. Had responsibilities for developing all of the curricular content necessary to train pastors and lay people to be about that work of starting new faith communities, helping the annual conference understand the locations in which those ministries could happen and where new churches could be launched. And then the third part was then trying to align the resources of the annual conference to be able to help fund that work on an ongoing basis.
Good, thank you. Bishop Carcano added you and District Superintendent Stacy Current to the Human Resources team in early 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What were the responsibilities of the HR team, and to whom were you accountable, the HR team? How did you understand that alignment?
Yeah, the HR team was comprised of the leadership staff of the annual conference, the executive directors who were cabinet level staff members of the annual conference. In addition, at that time, to the dean of the cabinet came on to the HR team the same time I did. The understanding of our work was to interpret as best we could and implement the personnel policy of the annual conference as it was approved by the Council on Finance and Administration.
Good, good. How did you hear about the hiring of Bishop Carcano's daughter as a senior administrative assistant for the Bay District?
I knew that the position had been open for some time when I was on the HR team. I learned of the respondent's daughter being hired for the position when I arrived at a church in the Bay District as part of an all-day-long workshop we were conducting, and that workshop happened to be on November 12, 2021, memory serves me right, is my anniversary, so I remember. It was the same day. And I had arrived at the church before the workshop for that day was to begin, and I saw the respondent's daughter setting up coffee and making arrangements for the meeting, and I wasn't certain that's who it was because I had never met the respondent's daughter before. And not too long thereafter, the superintendent came into the room, Stacy Current, and introduced Sophia as the new senior administrative assistant for the Bay District. So that's when I found out the identity of who was holding that responsibility.
And when did you learn that the bishop's daughter was living in a home owned by a local church in the Bay District?
We had a meeting of the HR team on the 14th of December in 2021, meeting at which the respondent excused herself from the portion of the meeting where we were discussing some of the hiring questions around Sophia in the Bay District. It was shared by the superintendent in that meeting that Sophia and her boyfriend were living in the house on a full-time basis. And then that, of course, triggered another set of questions we asked about that in the HR team.
And what were those questions? What were some of the questions raised by the HR team for this hiring and housing issue?
Well, there were several components to some of the questions we asked because we were trying to understand how it happened, because one of the questions had to do with the hiring practices themselves. Prior to that hire, the HR team was always aware that candidates were being interviewed and vetted for positions not only in district offices but also at the conference center. It was the standing practice of the HR team to have a member of that team in the interviewing process. So our first set of questions were really about why is it that this particular hiring process, where we didn't even know the identity of the individual hired in the Bay District, was different from all of the other processes that we had known about in the HR team, and that we had minutes of our meetings kind of outlining what our typical process would be based on how we've hired other people in those positions previously. So it was like this hiring process was different from the other ones we had had before that. So one was about the hiring practices. The second one had to do with the matter of compensation. So we asked questions about what's the relationship to this house that Sophia and her boyfriend were living in on a full-time basis. Are they receiving that house as some form of compensation? Because we don't offer that compensation to any of the other district senior administrative assistants. We asked questions about who's the primary resident in the house. Is it Sophia and her boyfriend, or is it the respondent? Because the respondent was using the house for like a 1 week a month residency to do work in the Bay District. And so we couldn't, and even in that HR meeting on the 14th of December, we couldn't quite understand that relationship. Whose house is it, and how is that happening, and how is the compensation working? Is that equitable? And the other question we were struggling to understand was the nature of the kind of the relationship of the district administrative assistants as part of the conference staff. It had always been our understanding, because several of the district administrative assistants work out of the conference office, and some of them work remotely in their district offices. Our understanding is that those people are employees of the annual conference. And we were told that they're not employees of the annual conference, they're employees of the district. And so we had questions trying to understand that. And finally, I would say the last question we had was that, is this a violation of the conference's personnel policy regarding nepotism?
That was going to be my next question, is what is your understanding of the conference policy around nepotism?
My reading of it, according to the letter of what's there, is that an individual who is hired cannot be supervised or managed by a direct family member or an immediate family member. I'm not sure if the language is direct or immediate.
And was there an incident that specifically helped you to discover this supervision issue?
There is.
Or question this supervision issue?
Yeah, it raised the question of supervision from the standpoint of the nepotism policy, because what the policy says is that an immediate family member cannot supervise their own family member. So what happened was that we had an administrative assistant working in our conference office who was assisting another individual with the process of clergy background checks for the conference. So basically, these conference staff people would inform the district offices which clergy were in compliance or not in compliance with like safe gatherings policies and things like that. And one of those administrative assistants who was working on that work, assisting with it, reached out to the district offices to give them an update on the status of those clergy background checks for that district. Both Jorge Dominguez and I received a text message from the respondent saying that Sophia had just told me that the individual who was assisting with that work had communicated with her, and the bishop didn't know why that was happening and asked us to stop it. And so the question that immediately came to mind is, then what degree does Sophia have direct access to the respondent, or the bishop in this case, that other district administrative assistants don't have? And so this question of privilege, this question of being able to access, this question of being able to engage with leadership beyond one's own supervisor, because the districts are extensions of the Episcopal office. And so the question was raised for us is that not the very definition of nepotism, to have privilege or access that other individuals don't have simply because you're in some kind of either family relationship or some other relationship to individuals? It seemed unfair to us what we saw happening in that relationship.
Did the respondent give her side to the hiring and housing of her daughter?
Not to my knowledge. There was no response directly to us by the respondent to any of the questions. The respondent recused herself from the HR committee, the HR team meeting where it was first discussed. And the next input we received from the respondent about the entire issue of nepotism, the personnel policies, the house that the respondent's daughter was living in, the first communication from the respondent came as a follow-up from the chancellor of the annual conference, who advised the respondent that there was no nepotism and that there was no difficulty with the house. And so the respondent simply sent a very brief email that declared the matter closed. That was the only other direct communication we ever received from the respondent, simply telling us the matter's closed.
I want to ask you about the St. John's Fund. We've had some conversation about it, but looking for your particular perspective, and the Park Presidio parsonage. Who has the authority to authorize expenditures from the St. John's Fund?
The St. John's Fund was established, of course, when the First St. John's congregation merged with Park Presidio. And the church property itself was given to the Conference Board of Trustees to be sold. And the instructions that we had in our records from the process of that church closing and what they had asked to have done is that those funds were to be used, the proceeds from the sale of that church building were to be used for mission and ministry and congregational development in San Francisco. And the oversight, the decision-making body that was to make the decision about the use of those funds was to be, at that time, a person who was known as the Golden Gate District Superintendent, which the Bay District is the successor district entity to the Golden Gate, a member of the San Francisco United Methodist Mission, which would eventually become in its successor body as the Bay District Union. And then the final piece is that it required someone from the Conference Board of Mission. And the Board of Mission understands itself in a couple of different ways. This is history that I wasn't in the conference to know about, but it was the CFA and the core team of the conference that kind of held the responsibility of the Board of Mission. The only reason I really know about that process is that when I came on board at the last minute as the Executive Director of Congregational Development, there was no funding in the conference budget to pay for that. And so the decision was made that the congregational developer, who would happen to be me, was going to be deeply invested in the work of the Bay District. And so a request was made from the First St. John's Fund to fund my own position for 2 years. And that small group of decision-making individuals met, discussed the merits of that proposal of funding my position, and then ultimately made the decision to release those funds for a 2-year period to pay for my position. So there was a clear process about a group that was convened decision to be made, and then they allocated the funds and released them accordingly. And that process was overseen by the respondent and by District Superintendent Stacy Current.
What documentation did the HR team get to authorize the $100,000?
I've never seen any documentation authorizing it at the HR team.
All right, let me move to retaliation as harassment and issues of consultation. What was your relationship with Bishop Carcagna prior to the challenge of Sophia's hiring and housing?
It was a standard working relationship, and the respondent occupied the role as my supervisor. So there were times in which the work that I was doing was very affirmative and positive, and if there were concerns, they were shared in a kind of a normal sort of fashion. And the relationship was normative until the HR team meeting in December.
And how did that change then?
After that particular meeting on December 14, 2021, there was a pending matter between me and the respondent, and that was my annual review. And I had a surgery that happened in the middle of December, and we had made several attempts to have my meeting to discuss my annual review prior to my surgery. We weren't able to have that happen. I had complications in my schedule, so did the respondent. We agreed that after I returned from that medical leave at the beginning of January, we would have that annual review. When I came back from my medical leave, which started practically right after the HR team meeting, it was that very same week, I had surgery that we had the HR team meeting. When I came back, I made several overtures, emails I sent, not only to the assistant to the bishop, but to the respondent directly, and was never responded to about when my evaluation would happen, when it would be discussed, and when I would receive any information from the respondent about it.
There was an incident of shaming around the Changemaker initiative, and
There was. This happened quite a bit earlier in 2020. It was right at the outset of the pandemic. Pastor of one of our churches where we had been funding a new church start, which is actually a new campus for that congregation, had reached out to me to ask if I could have lunch. And I was in the area, happened to be in the area for another meeting, and so that pastor, who happened to be Pastor Kathy McShane, and I met for lunch. And at the lunch, she shared with me that the church's program that they had been running for 2 years called the Changemaker Initiative in their own congregation, that they wanted to apply for a Lilly grant for $1 million to be able to reduplicate that same Changemaker Initiative program in other churches. So the suggestion by Reverend McShane at lunch was that what would it look like for the conference to be a partner in that effort, and then to actually use the Lilly grant to equip churches in the California-Nevada Conference to do that work. And so that meeting, lunch meeting, was on a Thursday. That next week, we had a cabinet meeting. I came to the extended cabinet meeting with the lunch conversation I had had. Here, one of our churches is having this conversation. What could be a next step for us? Where do we need to go with that? At that meeting, the respondent appeared to me to be upset that I had brought that forward. The respondent then spoke in the meeting that asked the superintendent of that district if that superintendent knew about this church's wish to apply for a Lilly grant. The superintendent said no. The respondent accused me in an open meeting of deliberately circumventing the superintendent and trying to do work directly with that church's pastor without that superintendent's knowledge. And because that district superintendent happens to be a person of color, accused me in an open meeting of institutional racism and discrimination in front of 12 of my colleagues.
And how did you respond to that incident?
My choice to respond in that moment was pragmatic. That does me no good to argue with the respondent in the meeting, not only about the accusation, but to have an argument with the respondent in front of the extended cabinet. So I said nothing. When the meeting was over, I scheduled a time with the respondent 3 weeks later on the telephone. And on the telephone, I shared with the respondent that I can appreciate the concerns and questions you might have. The appropriate place to raise those with me is in private. And I said to the respondent that you're my bishop, you're my pastor, and perfectly acceptable for you to bring any concerns to me about that in private. But I simply told the respondent that to group shame me in front of 12 of my colleagues without even asking any other questions about how this came to be or what was going on was inappropriate.
So you went on medical leave?
After the HRT meeting, I was.
Yes. So was there more response from the respondent?
Yeah, during my surgery, which happened to be, the HRT meeting was on the 14th of December, which happened to be a Tuesday, if memory serves me right. My surgery was the next day. And I went into the hospital early in the morning, then the hospital over one night. So 2 different occasions during that time I was in the hospital, I received text messages from the respondent pastorally. How'd the surgery go? We're praying for you. And that happened over a period on Thursday and Friday. And the respondent also sent maybe, I think, 1 or 2 messages to my wife as well while I was recovering from surgery.
Did you have a conversation with District Superintendent Shinya Goto?
I did. I was at home recovering from my surgery that Saturday, so it was 4 days after my surgery. And Superintendent Goto called me at my home Saturday morning and shared with me that there was a appointive cabinet meeting that happened on Friday, the day prior. And Superintendent Goto told me in that phone conversation that the respondent claimed that Diane Knudsen, Jorge Dominguez, and I were attempting to destroy her episcopacy, and that she had made clear that she and possibly with other members of the cabinet go about a process of what D.S. Goto said to me was digging up dirt on me from my relationship in the California Pacific Conference. D.S. Goto told me that the respondent was going to dig up dirt on Jorge Dominguez from his time working as an Associate General Secretary at the General Board of Global Ministries, and that she was going to ensure that the Executive Director of Finance and Administration, Diane Knudsen, would be terminated.
Was there an appointment change as a part of this conversation, this dynamic?
There was, at least in my experience of it. The pastor of that very church that was engaging in the Changemaker initiative announced 18 months prior to that June that she had planned to retire. And so the respondent sought me out in a meeting. We were engaged in some conversations about some other things after that retirement was known. And the respondent indicated that she was sensing and discerning that I needed to be appointed as that lead pastor of that church, which was the Los Altos United Methodist Church, upon the retirement of that person who is currently serving as the pastor. From that conversation onward, because we had been working with that church as a church planting congregation that had they were receiving funding from the annual conference, I ensured that every time I had a phone conversation, an email, or visited that church, that Bishop Carcaño was aware of it, that the superintendent was aware of when I was going and having any connection with that church once I knew I was possibly in that process. Later on that summer, and that was in 2021, there was another conversation about my appointment to the Los Altos Church, In that conversation, it was shared that the decision had been discussed with the cabinet and had been made. Then, fast forward a few months to the infamous HR team meeting on December 14. And within a matter of weeks, I learned that I would not be going to the Los Altos United Methodist Church. And that's how I knew that that appointment was now not going to happen. But I did not yet know what appointment I was going to, whether I was remaining or any. I knew nothing at that point about what the future would bring just 6 months later.
And how did you find out? When were you made aware of the future appointment decision?
I was made aware in February. I believe the date was February 2, could be wrong, that DS Shinya Goto and DS Blake Busick came into my office at the conference center, same building where the appointive cabinet had been meeting, and they shared with me that the bishop had discerned that my appointment would be to the St. Mark's United Methodist Church in Sacramento. And in that meeting, I asked why did they think it was appropriate for me to be appointed to that congregation. And they gave the rationale that that congregation is critical in the Sacramento area and that there was a real missional need for me to serve that church. And so that's when I learned of that appointment. I never developed at any point in the appointment process a pastoral profile. I never had a consultation about any of those things. So as far as I was, from my standpoint at that point, I really did feel I was being clearly retaliated against, not only because of the appointment change, but because my disciplinary rights as an elder in full connection to be consulted and develop a pastoral profile were violated by the Episcopal leader. And I had no recourse of action other than to simply take what was given to me as almost a form of punishment.
And so why didn't you bring a complaint or participate in the complaint process?
When I was made aware that I would not be serving under appointment at the Los Altos Church, I began a process of cultivating potential options of where I might go and how I might serve. I had been looking across the connection. I had served in capacities in the denomination in a variety of different places. I was on the board of trustees of Claremont School of Theology. I had been on the advisory board of a seminary in Seattle. I had been the chairperson of the Large Church Initiative for the United Methodist Church, so I was seeking where I might go and what I might do, and all within the confines of the United Methodist Church. I was cultivating one other option to go to the First Free Methodist Church of Seattle as well, along with those other options. And the reason why Seattle First Free was on the radar screen for me is because I had a long relationship with Seattle Pacific University and its seminary, and the First Free Methodist Church is the university church of that school that I had been invested in. I had taught on the adjunct faculty at, so it felt like this could be a good missional opportunity. So I was cultivating multiple options. When I went to the introductory meeting at St. Mark's, with the Pastor Parish Committee, a committee that had submitted a pastoral profile that wanted an LGBTQIA pastor who was a person of color. That's not me. I came to the meeting and dutifully appeared before the committee. Both before the meeting and after the meeting, DS Goto told me that the bishop is worried that you're going to blow this introductory meeting up. And I said, I am not going to blow the meeting up. We'll handle it like adults. And then he told me before the meeting and again after that the bishop has decided that it's either I take this appointment to St. Mark's or there is no appointment for me. That she would not give me permission to take an appointment outside the annual conference. She would not give me permission to take an appointment beyond the local church. That all options other than going to St. Mark's United Methodist Church were denied me, which meant the options I was cultivating within the United Methodist Church evaporated, and the choices I was left with was go to St. Mark's as I was ordered in violation of my disciplinary rights, or I leave this denomination that I have served faithfully for almost 30 years and go to the Free Methodist Church.
I want to ask you about performance reviews, or any, just to kind of back this up, performance reviews, or any problems or probationary process or anything at all that gave you any notice that this was?
None. The performance reviews I had received prior to the 2021 one, which was never completed, that the respondent never completed that evaluation. My evaluations had the highest marks. No evaluation's perfect, so I wouldn't say the highest number was circled in every category, but they were exceptional. Effective work was being done, fruit was being born, and I'm thankful for having had that opportunity.
I want to thank you. I want to ask you about an incident with a request for renewal leave.
Yes.
And how that affected your doctor of ministry coming.
Yeah.
That conversation.
Yeah, when I was invited to come to California, Nevada conference by the respondent, I informed the respondent that I had started a Doctor of Ministry program at Boston University School of Theology, and that I would need to continue that. It was known to me directly and indirectly that the respondent does not approve of clergy in her conference pursuing doctoral programs while they're under appointment. And so I made a particular request that I could finish that doctoral program, which I was maybe about a third of the way through my coursework, and bring that to completion. And I did all of that work over the remaining time. There was some travel back and forth to Boston. I did all of that work within the boundaries of the stipulation in the Book of Discipline for educational and study leave. All of my days absent from the office working fit within those parameters. So when I came to the respondent and asked if I could have a renewal leave between my time as the executive director of congregational development and then moving into whatever subsequent appointment that might be, not at the time not knowing, but then eventually found out that the appointment was to go to St. Mark's, I submitted a request for that. First time I submitted it, I accidentally wrote down the wrong paragraph number in the Book of Discipline. So I sent the first one and I was told no by the respondent. And so I sent it again saying, I'm sorry, I cited the wrong paragraph number. I meant to say it's paragraph such and so to be on the renewal leave. And the respondent simply said that I was denied, and I was denied a renewal leave under that section of the Book of Discipline because I had undertaken a Doctor of Ministry program to the apparent detriment, in her words, I have the email, detriment to the annual conference and its staff. This was after the pivotal HR team meeting.
Tell me about the few months when you had to make your choice for retirement and withdrawal.
Yeah, that was a wrenching season.
What did that do to your life, ministry, family?
It was a wrenching season for me. The reason I didn't sign the complaint, and there's only one reason, is by the time the complaint was being prepared by the complainants, I had narrowed down only one option of what I could do, and that would be to go to the Free Methodist Church. And I could not, in good conscience, sign on a complaint against a bishop in the United Methodist Church while I'm actually in the process of actively leaving that denomination. But I can say with 100% certainty, had I not gone to the Free Methodist Church, I would have made my name the first name on the signature line. Mm. So those months in between the time in which I realized I had no choice except to go to the St. Mark's appointment, where I was clearly misaligned from what they had asked for, my disciplinary rights were violated, and theologically not aligned at all. The St. Mark's Church is an extraordinarily progressive congregation within our conference, and proudly so. and I'm more traditional and orthodox in my theology. This is a complete misalignment. And so given the choice of that or going to Seattle First Free, I had to make the decision I had to make to continue going down that path of transferring to the Free Methodist Church. When all throughout that process, and even prior to the time in December, it had become clear to me that I was working in an increasingly hostile and abusive environment for the respondent. The problem with the Changemaker Initiative, being gaslighted on another proposal regarding a property we had in Berkeley, became clear to me that I was in a hostile environment. And because I was in that kind of environment, in October of 2021, I started seeing a therapist every week. And the topic of my conversation in therapy was my work and the respondent, and what I perceived as the respondent's abuse, retaliation, and harassment of me and my family. And so we had to uproot ourselves from Sacramento and move to Seattle. It was really the only option left other than to be unemployed.
And you are now an ordained clergy?
Yeah, the Free Methodist Church has a process which it recognizes the ordination of other denominations, and so my ordination, both as deacon and elder, are recognized in the Free Methodist Church. I am now an elder in good standing with the Pacific Northwest Conference of the Free Methodist Church, USA.
Thank you. I have just a few more questions around Chelsea Constant.
Yes.
The constant complaint and the new church plant. What are your understanding of the circumstances of her appointment to a full-time church plant in July 2020?
Yes, Chelsea was a number of our clergy who completed a year-long training process for church planting and development in 2019. By finishing that process, she was cleared to prepare an application for funding a ministry that she might be envisioning that could take place. And so she did so, envisioning a new church in Dublin, California, which is in an area in Alameda County, somewhat east of Oakland. And she wrote a proposal, submitted it to not only to my office, and when it's received by my office, it's given to our committee responsible for funding those ministries. It's called the Committee on New and Vital Congregations, the CNVC for short, and it's also sent to the cabinet. The district superintendent even has to sign that application before it's even considered. And so that application was for a full-time church planting appointment as of July 1 of 2020 for that new church plant in Dublin. And so typically what our process would be in funding that is those applications would go to the appointive cabinet for consideration to determine whether or not the cabinet felt that they wanted to make an appointment or consider that. And then the committee would then consider the funding that would go with that kind of appointment if it was supported. So if both parties were working in cooperation, there would be an appointment and there would be funding together. In the process of submitting that application, in December, the appointive cabinet, as of January 22nd of 2020, still had not informed me. I had not been in any appointive cabinet conversations about it, and hadn't informed me what their appointment decision was. So the Committee on New and Vital Congregations reviewed that application, looked at it, judged it to be exceptional in nature for a full-time appointment and for funding. It's in our minutes, the word exceptional. And we had one small follow-up question about some metrics around sustainability, in other words, how that new church start could scale and sustain itself over time. We just asked for that question of clarification. Later in February, I learned that the cabinet had been talking about that application all along and hadn't informed me of it. So I was not in the room when those conversations had taken place. I was brought into the appointive cabinet room not to be part of the consultation process about new church development, but to be informed about new church development. And I was informed that that ministry would not move forward as a full-time appointment. In a subsequent one-on-one conversation with the respondent, I was told directly by the respondent that the reason why that would be a quarter-time appointment that wouldn't start until September, not July, September, is because Chelsea's maternity leave overlapped the closing of her appointment year at her current appointment and into the first 2 months of the church plant. And the respondent made it clear to me in that meeting, saying these words: "I do not believe conference funds should be used to support a maternity leave."
Did her pregnancy affect other parts of that decision? Maternity leave, I'm trying to...
You know, when the CNVC was looking at the application,
That's what, yeah.
We were pleased to see that Chelsea had really constructively thought about what it would be like to be having a newborn while she's trying to plant a church. And one of the things I recommended to her superintendent and to her was to speak with a pastor I had worked with at San Diego First that we had sent out to start a new ministry at a new campus with a newborn, and was extraordinarily successful with that work. And so I asked the superintendent to say, why don't you have Chelsea and that clergy person talk with each other? And to my knowledge, they did. And there's so many opportunities that might open up. And Chelsea was enthusiastic about that opportunity. And it was infectious to the CNVC, the committee making the decision about funding, and said, this seems like a great opportunity for us to have a mother with her first child planting a church in a community filled with young children. And what a great affinity and connection that would be to start a new faith community with.
Wonderful. Thank you. We're going to hear a little bit more from Reverend Constant tomorrow, but thank you for setting that context for us. Let's see. One last question about the Trinity Project and the meeting of the Board of Trustees, another infamous meeting on December the 10th, 2021. Were you involved in the Trinity redevelopment project? What did you know about it? Were you at that meeting?
I was at that meeting. It was held virtually on Zoom, so I was attending via voice. I wasn't able to have my video on, but I was at that meeting. The project of developing the Trinity site, there was a task force that went through several iterations. And that meeting was with its third iteration. There were 2 other iterations of the task force that apparently produced results that were not satisfactory. There was an informal process, the first one, at which the members of the Trinity Church had a meeting with the entire appointive cabinet, including the respondent, including every executive officer of the annual conference and me, to tell the congregation that their congregation was closing and that we were going to put a stop to their development plans that they had been working on for the campus, and that we were going to move in a different direction. So then we started moving in the direction, a new direction. That was the second task force that was chartered and put together by the Bay District Superintendent, Stacy Current. We began our work, and we decided to break our work into 3 different teams. And when we broke into 3 different teams, each team had a responsibility, and the team that I was asked to serve on and help facilitate was the one that was going to envision what models of ministry could we do at that location based on the demographics of that community. So our team did its work. We created our report together. We met several times. We submitted our report to the task force itself. The task force reviewed it and affirmed it and said, that's a great proposal. When we had our first meeting with the clergy and lay leadership of the area surrounding that church to talk with them about what we were envisioning as a model for that ministry, I presented the document that we had been working on in the task force and with the entire group that had been working on the Trinity Berkeley location. In the meeting, I literally read the document that I had written. I finished reading the document, and I was told in the meeting by Superintendent Current that that wasn't what we agreed on, and that's not what we talked about, and that was never the model that was put forward. In my opinion, I'm in a meeting at that point being gaslit, that it's somehow I've done something wrong with the document that we've all seen many times. So that task force was then disbanded. That was the second one. There was another task force created for the Trinity Berkeley site, and that task force I was not included on, and I was not invited to participate in it. The time I was invited to participate in it was the Zoom meeting for December the 10th, in which the Bay District Superintendent, working with a group, and I don't know what the task force was or who constituted it, I wasn't a member of it. They had found an individual that was going to help them begin the development process for the Trinity location site. They had given that proposal to the Board of Trustees of the conference, and Superintendent Current and the respondent wanted the Board of Trustees to approve that contract. And the Board of Trustees in the meeting talked about how they wanted to get other bids. They wanted to look at other people that might be able to help with this. This is a multi-million-dollar site in downtown Berkeley, across the street from University of California. And so as that meeting went on, it devolved quickly. With calm voices, the respondent, in my opinion, I heard on the call, berated the leadership of the president of the Board of Trustees of the conference, berated the leadership of the trustees, believing that somehow that they were putting up obstacles resistant to the Episcopal office and its authority as the mission strategist for the conference. That was not the first time I've heard mission strategist. That was always the trump card that was played, that there's only one mission strategist, and it's the Episcopal leader. And so they were accused of being defiant, resistive, and it was a terrible meeting, and there were I don't even know how many of us were on that call that witnessed what I would consider to be the verbal abuse of the chairperson of the conference Board of Trustees by the respondent. I finished the call. And in speaking of that call later to another individual, I described that meeting to say, as a United Methodist pastor, I've been in some bad meetings over the years. I've been in some hostile meetings over the years. That was the worst meeting I've ever been in as a United Methodist pastor. I've never heard anyone speak to others in front of a group the way I heard the respondent speak to that Board of Trustees.
My last question, Craig, has to do with your conversation about core and cascading issues regarding the well-being of the conference.
Sure. When we were far enough down the road to know that I was not going to be going to Los Altos, that I was being sent to St. Mark's in violation of my disciplinary rights, there was an awareness that that others were being retaliated against as well, that other people were receiving appointments as forms of punishment for either being engaged in this complaint process or whatever it might be. And I remember that as things were coming to a head, and then eventually the respondent was suspended, and Bishop Dick became our interim bishop, that at that point, some of those retaliatory appointments were unwound. There were some people who had been named for appointments, had been introduced to pastor parish committees, and those appointments were unwound. In other words, undone. And there was an announcement made in one case of the pastor who was coming, and then it had to be undone because the appointment making in that process was so clearly retaliatory. The appointment that didn't get undone was mine. And the reason why I became convinced at that moment that my choice to leave the United Methodist Church for me was the right choice is because the respondent sat in a room with 5 superintendents who were completely, utterly, and totally complicit with her retaliatory actions, her inscription of individuals to dig up dirt on other people. It became a moment in which I completely lost faith in the appointment itinerancy, and the way the United Methodist Church does its work. I'm not necessarily Free Methodist because I would consider myself more theologically aligned with Free Methodist than United Methodist. But I would say that the type of practice that this respondent engages in was agreed to and enabled by 5 district superintendents, by other people who had the opportunities to unwind this work. And they chose not to. They remained silent. It's telling that not one of those superintendents is a signer on the complaint process that's before you. Telling. I have strong personal opinions about it because it's emotional for me. I came to Christ when I was 13 years old through a United Methodist Church.
Now that you were serving in Seattle, what would you see as the residual effect or maybe the residual grace of your call and ministry and person now? My last question.
I had a friend of mine tell me one time that, Greg, we serve a God that redeems our pain. So I would include that in sermons a lot. I partially understood it. Now I fully understand it. I'm exactly where I need to be. With people in a congregation, a conference superintendent and bishop that all are focused on how to help the local church thrive and grow and reach new people. I'm exactly where I need to be. And so the pain of this, as hard as it's been, God has brought life.
Redeemed. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Craig.
All right, can we get it? All right, Reverend Brown, part of what we do here in this kind of setting is we allow the jury to ask the witness questions. My role is to ask those questions read the question when I believe it's relevant to the testimony that's going on and the purpose of the questions and so forth. And so there are a couple of questions that the jury would like to hear you respond to. Mm-hmm. One question is, was the role of the HR team to interpret and implement personnel policies as created by CF&A, codified or documented in either conference rules or employee handbook or CF&A rules?
Well, we know that we knew the personnel handbook was approved by the CF&A. So our work wasn't to change the policy. Our work was to apply the policy. And part of the logic of that is that in our conference, rather than trying to have a group of the CFA constantly meet to function in all of these HR capacities that are needed to operate the conference, the HR team made up of the executive staff held that work, knowing that if we ever came to a place where we had a question about the personnel policies or we were unsure how to apply it in a particular situation, the CF&A would be the place we would go to ask that question.
All right. And the second question, how much money is in the St. John Fund?
I'm not the best person to answer that question. All I know is I tracked the amount that was in the First St. John's Fund every year because I had to put together a report of all the assets the annual conference had for congregational development. And so all I know, I don't know the exact numbers, all I know is over time the number went down. It decreased significantly.
All right, and I'm just saying to the jury that the second part, another question I'm ruling as not relevant to the witness's testimony and et cetera. And so I'm turning now to counsel. Reverend Campbell, are you ready for a cross-examination? Okay, yes, please now.
Reverend Brown. I'm not going to pick up on the matters of the St. John's Fund or particularly the issues relating to your job. I more want to pick up around the issues of retaliation with a few brief questions. Sounds like you're pretty angry with Bishop Carcano.
At the time, I
Would that be
was. Yeah, that would be correct.
Yeah.
I mean, I felt I had been treated unjustly.
You indicated that that your performance review was in the excellent category. That what was there were minor problems. Is that correct? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, they weren't high marks in every category, like the highest mark in every category. It may have been like instead of 5 out of 5, 4 out of 5 in some of the categories.
Okay. If you were to learn that that we are going to play a video tomorrow that will include everything that Bishop Carcano said at the December 10th trustee meeting, would you want to change anything you said about her berating and bullying people?
No, I would not.
Okay, well, the jury will have an opportunity to decide for themselves. The last thing that I want to say is that your final comment was that it was telling that no district superintendents signed the complaint. What did you mean by that?
That the complaint that was submitted, which the complaint was solicited to me to sign. And so I was aware in that process who the complainants were on the complaint regarding the HR team's concerns specifically. On that complaint, there were none of the 5 district superintendents who had signed that.
One final question, I'm sorry. You talked about information that was discussed in cabinet. How did you know what was being said in a point of cabinet? Did you have a source?
The only thing I would know about a point of cabinet was when I was in the room, and then the phone call I had from DS Goto a couple of days after my surgery, who had informed me of the conversation the appointive cabinet had on that Friday, in which they had discussed taking action toward digging up dirt and finding ways in which employees could be terminated because of the whistle blowing that occurred.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Do we have a rebuttal? All right, no rebuttal. All right, let me tell you that we are nearing a point where we're going to recess for the evening. We have a couple of announcements that our secretary needs to give us, and then I'll give you a bit more instruction before we recess for the evening.
He wants me to use
I am so sorry. Reverend Brown, please forgive me. I did not dismiss you. Just forgive me for that. Are you completed with your testimony, your witness in this situation? Have you completed your work? All right. So, Reverend Brown, you are dismissed officially as a witness of this trial court. That means that you're welcome to stay, you're welcome to go, but you're no longer sequestered because we've completed the assignment we need with your help.
Good. Thank you, Bishop.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, sir. Yes. All right. We have a microphone now to the secretary.
just a couple of additional announcements before you leave here. The first is that I neglected to thank United Methodist Communications, Tim Totten, and others who facilitated the live stream and the video kind of connections that have enabled remote witnesses and enabled what have been 5,000 unique users who have signed on to the trial. And as of the afternoon, early in the afternoon, 1,200 that were on at one time. So they were willing to step into that. We have used a secular organization to rent equipment and operators from, but it was because United Methodist Communications were willing to see this as an opportunity to allow the global church to understand what was going on and to be as transparent as possible, that they chose to assist. And we are deeply grateful for that. Beginning tomorrow, the seating here in the room is open. To make sure that we had enough seats for those that were official observers and others, we reserved specific seats for them. That is no longer necessary. And when you come back, as was announced, when you leave, you hand in your here it is, your tag, and then when you come in, the same thing will happen as this morning. You will be asked to sign in, and you will be given a appropriate tag. You may notice that the jurors have been given a clip-on that says they're jury, so that you don't talk to someone by accident, and also that their lanyard color has changed. So if you see a blue lanyard, you will know that this is a jury member. Back to the seating. It's open. You may sit wherever you wish tomorrow when you come back, and that time I'll let you announce, Bishop.
All right, we're going to begin in the morning at 8 o'clock. Some of you coming from particular hotels need to be bussed here by 7 o'clock. You don't have much option. You need to be here. It does move it up somewhat for others of us, but we are talking consistently. I'm addressing the jury now. We're talking consistently among the three tables about where we are in our estimated timing. And you can understand the nature of this trial demands time for the councils to be able to present what they feel is strategically important for them to present. And yet we do have time frames. And so I'm trying to help us avoid a session tomorrow night. I want you to come with a deep breath and a long night's sleep. All right, just in case that needs to happen. We're, if you please, hoping we don't need an evening session, but I do want to not catch you off guard. And also to say to you, some of you have had a very long day. You only arrived here today, and you started early. You've been so patient in all of what's been transpiring today, and we're very grateful for that. We realize that you're probably a bit exhausted from this first day. There's just so much. You know the old expression, it's like trying to drink out of a fire hose or something. And yet you are going to be all right. You're going to ask the Lord to help you. And tonight we're going to be praying for you. And we will be fine. as we move along, and you can see that even though there are two very strong sides in this trial, I want you to know that of all of the trials, and I've conducted many trials, I've never seen councils be more Christian to one another than these councils and these tables are willing to be. And it's a wonderful witness to all of us, to me particularly, and to the world. And many people have signed into streaming and are in the thousands watching parts of this experience or whatever. So I invite you as observers to be in prayer for these tables. Pray that they will have strength and they will have wisdom. They will continue to have love. They will be as able to present their understanding of these things as is possible. And so I would start the issue of we are about to recess, and I remind you of the instructions, and then you can pick up and read and say what I've been reading to you, I hope. Maybe not word for word, but certainly in essence. And the bottom line of that is, please lay this down for the evening, only in your prayer time. Talk to the Lord about everything you want to talk to him about, but not anyone else. Don't be tempted to research anything that you could be in your mind that you want to know more about. And we will all be the better because you will be faithful to that, and I'm confident of that. So I'm going to end us tonight with just a very brief prayer, Lord, of thanksgiving for your grace and mercy that always is with us, and the way you love us, the way you are helping us. We thank you for answering our morning prayer and the other prayers we've been praying throughout the day. And Lord, we pray blessings upon every person here. Lord, especially do we pray blessings upon the respondents' table and upon the church's table. And help us not to lose perspective that we are one together in Christ. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. So we're recessed until 8 o'clock in the morning, and we will reconvene at 8 o'clock. And the church will continue its presentation.